Welcome to my channel. I am your host Doodlebug, and here are a few rules for my channel so we don't have any confusion and headaches. Alright now, buckle them bloomers. Number 1. Sock or block. If at any point I want to sock you, I will block you. Don't take it personal. Many on here I adore now have been on this list, and we are friends now. It's my fight or fight response, and I'm usually over it fairly fast. 2. My corner. I say my corner because here, I am passing out information for free, so if you need a handout, it will not be on my corner. Go get your own. 3. No bashing people. We all have that one person we have issues with, but please don't announce your dirty laundry or your neighbors on here. If you and Fredia Faye want to go brawl and dust it up after my live, go have one heck of a time. Just be kind to one another, respect each other, don't ask for money. But go on ahead and hit that like because you know you want to. Thank you, and let's get started.
Hi, I hope everyone's doing well tonight. Hi, Barb. Happy to see you. I was wondering if you were going to show. Thank you for coming in, Mustang. Always happy to see you. We have Stan Man. Hey, Stan Man. We have Just Love More. I love that name. Lazy Larry. Thank you for joining, Lazy Larry. Alex, thank you for joining. I just couldn't sleep, and I thought, well, you know what? I'm just gonna go. Oh my goodness, it's Gibbo. What in the world? It's bedtime. What are you doing? You should have sleeping bloomers on. You don't know that I don't. It just didn't work out for me. So I thought I would get on here, read some flyers, and I found some really wild things going on in America. So, oh, Mustang, you're awesome too. Hey, Avery, I guess I should go live more in the evenings or night. All right. Well, guys, feel free to chat in chat with each other. And I don't know what you guys want me to do first. You want me to read flyers first, or you want me to find some of these funny? They're not really funny, but they're wild, different. We have some Taylorship business. We have some missing cases that have some updates that need updated. And then we have a really wild one in Florida that is Grady Judd. So we all know I'm a fan of him. Avery, what are you guys doing up this late? I know it's only 11, but it's 11 my time. Frank, what time is it there? All right, let me go ahead and see if I can find something on here. Maybe if I can still figure this out. It's been so long. This one's kind of wild. It really threw me for a loop. I was like, is this even possible? Maybe it's something else. It really is. All right, y'all, buckle them bloomers because this one's pretty dang wild. Let me try to figure out this screen now. I've got to go live more. This always confuses me now. All right. All right, guys, get ready for this one. This is wild. Most of you may already know because I am a little behind. I'm usually up till midnight. Well, I haven't really got to chat with you guys either. So if you guys like just want to talk and chit chat, I'm all about it. I miss you guys. I really do. All right. Avery's bloomers are buckled. All right, let's go.
Daisy Link has been a lot of things in her 30 years. A wife, a mother, an accused murderer, and for a time, a scientific curiosity, a medical marvel. In 2022, Daisy shot her husband, Pedro, in the leg in a South Florida alleyway. She says she did it in self-defense after years of abuse. Too bad for her, though, and for Pedro. The bullet hit an artery, and Pedro bled out and died. Daisy was charged with his murder and promptly locked up in the county jail. Her trial began just this week, but it is what happened to Daisy Link while locked up in that county jail in the fall of 2023 that made her such a media and medical sensation, not to mention made her a mom. Daisy Link got pregnant. The thing is, she hadn't been in contact with men, and authorities found no evidence of sexual battery, guards and stuff. But DNA tests showed something that did make sense, that the father was, in fact, a fellow inmate. What didn't make sense is that he was separated from her by 2 floors. This is the baby daddy in question. His name is Juan DePaz. And like Daisy, he's an accused murderer. There's somebody for everybody, folks. DePaz's cell was on the 6th floor. Daisy's was on the 4th floor. And jails don't exactly have mixers, on Friday nights. So how on earth did these two even meet, let alone, make a baby? Corrections officials wanted to know the very same thing, so they got down to the nitty-gritty and they investigated. And now my colleague, Brian Enton, has gotten his hands on some video and some handwritten notes and phone calls that really tell the whole story. And you have to see it to believe it. The key to the mystery is an air duct. Here's the baby daddy himself sort of starting it all off.
Well, I know her for a little minute, you feel me? So we was talking, back and forth, and
How were you talking to her?
not through the vent.
Through the vent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Through the vents. Anybody would say I'm crazy, or you talking to the vent, yeah. And then we was talking, and then we got to know each other better, and then, I'm like, now I really want a baby, because, I got a murder, and I might never go home, so.
So I'll pick it up from there. The two not only talked through the vent, but they ended up swapping notes through the vent as well. And we got copies of them. Here's one where Jawan writes, "My snuggle wuggle baby girl." I wonder what kind of credit he gets for that in prison. Well, jail right now. Another note looks like a list of baby names. And Daisy says they were able to send their notes through the air duct on a cable that they'd fashioned out of bedding material. And one day, they realized that if they could pass notes back and forth, they could pass other things, more personal things, such as Jawan DePaz's semen. Stay with me. DePaz would later tell a reporter, and I will quote him, "I put the semen in saran wrap every day, like 5 times a day, for like a month straight, and then sent it down the line to Daisy on the 4th floor, who, in her words, administered it with a yeast infection applicator." So yeah, creative. Before this was all common knowledge, the pair even discussed their plans on the phone. Remember, they'd never met face to face. So have a listen to that conversation.
So you think you're pregnant?
I don't know. I still haven't had my period.
You think that work?
I don't know. If probably, I'm telling you, I was supposed to have my period. I don't know.
Damn, babe, have you been on it for real?
I swear to God on my kids, I do it every time.
Real, for real, like deep, like in there?
Yes.
You make sure
yes.
it's in there?
Yes, like swimwear.
Because real sperm's supposed to be in you, then shoot out like a water hose.
It was definitely in me, all the way in there. I did it every time.
Oh, Lordy.
Okay, I did hear the laughing. I'm going to ask about that in a minute. But if your head is spinning right now, how would you like to be Daisy Link's mom when her incarcerated daughter broke the news to her by phone? Oh, we have that too. Take a listen.
Dawn has me laughing and Barb. So Dawn, oh, I knew I would have trouble keeping my composure here. So these two were in jail and they're separated, but they both want a baby. So they're trying to figure out how they gonna. So, oh, I knew I would lose it. I'm such a child. I'm sorry. But so they're figuring out this little heist that she's going to get pregnant. She's going into all detail like she's a pro at this. Like she knows what she's doing. She is the pro. So, like I said, I find the weirdest stuff on here. So let me go back up because you guys are just cracking me up. So Dawn comes in and she's like, "Hey, dude. Hey, everyone." And I'm like, "Oh, God, Dawn's in here. She's going to lose it." And Gibbo, of course, he says, "Oh, notes through the vent. That's how I got my daughter." Barb says, "Hey, Doodlebug, I want your money." Mustang's like, so disgusting. I know, Mustang. I know, but it's I told you sometimes my humor gets the worst to me, honestly. And Avery's up here sweating and laughing. We need a good giggle session, guys. With all this, it gets so heavy. We really do. And then Barb says, "Yes, I have 2 kids that way." Avery, how were you conceived? Through a yeast infection tube. Oh, Lord. And this one got me. I had to pause it. Southern gal. What did I walk into? Oh, my goodness. Barb, doodle in her undies. Yeah, I mean, you never know. That's the great part about YouTube is that you never know what the creator has on. I mean, I might have my spooky bloomers, my spicy bloomers, but I don't have her yeast bloomers there. I tend to stay away from those. But really, I thought we could all use a laugh, and the next one's pretty wild too. So, like I said, I could find some wild stuff. Thank you guys for joining tonight, though. I needed this laugh. I'm sure a few of you did too. All right, let's continue. Let's see how they got this on because I'm a little curious. I didn't watch it all. I just saw it and I was like, oh, I'm watching it with them. All right, let's do this.
Under 24-hour lockdown because I'm pregnant.
You're full of
I swear to God.
You're full of This is shocking.
What do you mean? I'm going to sue. I'm going to get out. You know how much I could sue them for? This is all planned. I can get out now. If they would have let me out of the Arthur hearing, I wouldn't have got pregnant.
You know what? You're stupid. Don't talk on this phone.
You catch that last part? Not the one where she says you're stupid. She says, don't talk something on this phone. Shit. Whether this baby was a love child or a miracle or both, mom-to-be was also hoping, it seems, that it would be her get-out-of-jail-free card. P.S. Daisy and Joanne's baby girl was born in June of last year and is now living with Joanne's mother. And all of this brings me to my next guest, Tony Tomas. He's Daisy Link's attorney. So glad you're here with me, Tony. I just can't believe that they pulled this off. I know that she's on trial for murder right now, but does this pregnancy and the birth of a baby affect the murder case at all?
Hi, Ashley. No, it doesn't. It's not relevant to this murder case at all, which is strange because I understand this is the reason
John,
why
welcome.
the public took an interest in it, but it has nothing to do with the murder. So it's I don't expect it to come up at all during this trial. If the government tries to bring it up, I'll object, and I suspect that the judge will sustain it, and it will not be. She won't permit it to be discussed because it has nothing to do with the murder.
I can see how you say it's not relevant, although just the issue of credibility, because she's taking the stand, right? I should just check that for starters. If she's on the stand, then her credibility could be impeached, correct?
Most likely she will take the stand. However, this not only is this far removed from the shooting in terms of time, but there's no nexus, there's no relevance. So unless I open the door to that topic in some way, which I will not, which I do not intend to, I don't see how the government's going to be able to bring it up, nor should they, really.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm trying to figure out how they might be able to impeach her credibility by saying, here's her sneaky behavior on a public telephone line, a recorded telephone line, saying that she planned to have a baby to get herself out of jail in a sneaky and really unorthodox way. I see what you're saying, though. It's I could see that would be something that would be questioned and certainly objected to.
And I get the issue about credibility. I don't know how sneaky it is when she's talking about it on a phone that she knows is being recorded, but I see what you're saying. Yes.
I only think that her mom thought she was stupid for saying it on the recorded line, and I'll tell you what, I've met my fair share of inmates. I don't think they're Mensa, all of them. Certainly some of them are, but not all of them. Let me ask you this. If your client
I think so, Barb.
is convicted in this
I
murder
don't think you can get away
and
with
is
it.
sentenced to an appropriate term, it will be a long one for murder. Is she going to have any chance to see that baby? I have no idea what the rules and regulations are in your jurisdiction for maternal visits with children. Do you have any idea? Has she even inquired?
I don't believe she's inquired. If she gets convicted, she's facing a minimum mandatory sentence of 25 years because this crime involved a gun and the discharge of a gun causing death or great bodily harm. If she's convicted of the lesser included offense of manslaughter, there would not be a minimum mandatory term, but she still would be facing up to, in this case, unusually up to life in prison because of an enhancement that applies to her. By the time she would get out, assuming that she's convicted and a minimum mandatory applies, the child will be an adult already. Now, whether or not something can be arranged for there to be visits while she's in jail, that's certainly possible, but that's something that they would have to figure out in the event that happens.
Yeah. I have just one last quick question about the murder trial itself and the strategy here. I know that she was seen on body cam crying after the shooting. She pretended not to know what happened at first, but the prosecution say that was a lie. Is that going to be the hardest uphill climb for you?
Certainly her behavior afterwards and not being candid and fully forthcoming with the police is going to hurt. But luckily, we have a lot of evidence showing not only that her.
So I'm just curious now, like, do you guys think that's even possible? Do you think this is even real? I mean, seriously, how the heck? And how do you even think of something like this? Like, you're just in jail and you're like, oh, hey, hollering through your bars, like, hey, you want to have a baby? And how are we going to do that? What in the world? Avery says, oh, I wonder if they give epidurals for prison births. Probably not. I would say no, but I'm not sure. I've never heard of something like this. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was like in my town because these people are crazy. But I just, wow. You guys think it's possible? Because at first I was thinking there's no way he could get that far. I was really overthinking this for a second. This has to be someone's crack dream. Dawn. Oh my goodness. Yes, it is. That's how I got my daughter. Vince are the key. Oh, okay. All right, Frank. You'll have to fill us in sometimes, but not. All right, guys, I will quit, but I thought we could chat in between because we could all use a good laugh. It's that time of year, with all the holidays, and it's starting to add up for a lot of people. I noticed for me, and it's hard, So I was like, we're going to have a laugh. John, what did John say? John says, yes, because they take them to the hospital during labor. Well, yeah, I guess so. Maybe. You might be right. In some states, yeah. I know when I had my children, it was like an insurance thing, and my insurance didn't cover it, so I didn't get that. I didn't get it with either one of mine. So I thought it was an insurance thing then, but I'm sure that's changed. My God, that's been 27 years ago, my first. So, all right, I'll shut up. But I just thought this was wild. Frank says, we passed notes. Then one day she said she was pregnant, and then we had a daughter, and the event went away. Yeah, my grandma told me if I kissed a boy that I would have a baby. And I guess she lied, but I didn't even think about the notes. I didn't write him a note. So I guess that's what I did wrong. Don says, see, I was trying to get my slides done for Thursday, and now I'm down some crack layer rabbit hole with y'all. You're welcome. I'll hush so we can.
The victim in this case was in a very belligerent and dangerous state, but he had viciously attacked her just 5 days before, split her head wide open, pistol whipped her, blood everywhere, and she was trying to leave. She ended things with her. He was not welcome there. She asked him to leave repeatedly, and before the shooting, you can even see on video he's screaming, basically telling her, I'm not going to leave. You're going to have to kill me. So I think there is an extremely compelling case of self-defense here, and that's what, and I hope and expect that the jury will see that and they'll acquit her.
Tony Tomas, you got to come back again. Will you do that?
Anytime, just you know where to find me.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news for all Americans.
Does anyone else think that's so weird? Like, it's so quiet, and then this guy just pops up screaming like he's scared of something. Come on in, the facts-based news. I'm like, calm the hell down. Wow, a prison love child. I know, but I wonder what they'll name it. I want her to be like, love note or that's wild. Let me get this one off here. But the next one's even wilder. Bear with me with this because I'm not even real. Like I said, I haven't went live enough with this new update. But the next one is crazy too because imagine that. Because it just is. And it's got Grady in there. And you know how I am with old Grady Judd. So this is gonna be a wild one too. I'm just telling you. It's yeah. Yeah. Oh, I gotta get down here and pause it before he starts because this is a good one. Bear with me, guys. I'm old. I think they should call the baby Vent 48. Oh my goodness. Avery, what if they what if they name it Monistat? Oh Lord. Oh, I'm sorry I got the giggles. This time of night I got my giggle bloomers on. So oh, I think they should call the baby Vent 48. I like that. I think that would have a ring to it. All right, this one, oh yes. I'm telling you what, Grady Judd is the man. I just can't help it. Any man that's like, I will shoot you graveyard dead. I'm like, what? Yeah, it's great. I do too. I do too. Really. If I ever would commit a crime or even would consider a life of crime, I think I would do it there. Maybe not though, because he can really roast you. All right, let's see if I can get this on here right. Oh God, did I just put that same one up there? I better not have put that same one. Goodness gracious. Get that one off there. Yeah, that's what I thought. I had it wrong. See, I'm all just fluttered from this. How does this happen? Like, do you think that's even possible? I think I might need to get my Depends bloomers on. Okay, we'll give you a minute to go ahead and do that because you know I have train wrecks. So, well, you got your eyes going, Frank. What you talking about? Barb says they make them all the time. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm telling you. I thought we could just use a laugh. Barb and I were talking today, and with the holidays, a lot of us grieving mothers, you know, we need this laugh because you know how and not just even grieving mothers, but holidays are hard for so many. So I was like, okay. So I'm gonna try to figure this out since they updated this crap again. I hate that they keep updating. They always mess me up. Not that that's hard. All right, let me make sure I have it. Okay, get ready for this one because this is pretty wild too. So put your Depends on, get your laughing bloomers on because I'm going to be rolling. I know I will try to mute, but I can't help it. All right, here we go. See if I can make this bigger because you're going to want to get the full effect of this. Make sure I have my sound on. I'm doing pretty good for this late at night without train wrecking. Thanksgiving's hard. I lost my daughter, but my son survived. Bittersweet. Yeah. Yep. I'm so happy to see you guys tonight. Really. I didn't think I'd get anybody in here, but this is apparently the time to go live for me. All right, let's do this. Guys, I'm telling you, this is wild. All right, here we go.
Good morning, everyone. It's time for morning briefings.
Well, good
And I hope you
morning,
have
all.
your favorite cup of coffee and you don't spit it all over yourself when you hear what I'm about to say.
I'll try.
But we're going to drink our coffee from a thermos from Fire Inspector Services. You got that? From New Jersey. Thanks for sending the cup. Good coffee. Now listen, there's things you can't make up. So we arrested Walter Freimeier. He's 51. We got a call that he was naked inside of a restroom at a public park. So we ask, is he naked or buck naked?
Ooh.
You know, you can be naked and still have your socks on. But if you're buck naked, you're totally naked. Well, anyway, our deputy gets there. The dude's got all of his clothes on. So we're nice. And we send him out of the park and trespass him and tell him we're not going to arrest you, even though people saw you here without any clothes on. We're going to give you a break. So what does he do? He goes across the street and hops up on what? The railroad train track and trespasses again, just as soon as we gave him the break. So the deputy arrests him. We find out he's already got 25 prior arrests and been to state prison 5 times. So not only is he trespassed, we've got him in possession of meth.
Me again, Margaret.
Well, I've talked about meth doing crazy stuff to you, right? You ain't gonna believe this. So we put everybody through a body scanner to make sure that they're not trying to bring guns and knives and drugs into the jail.
Uh-oh.
Well, you might have thought Walter was bringing drugs into the jail. He brought a thermos into the jail. That's right. He put it up the exit ramp. You know what I mean? A thermos about this size.
That is
no, it wasn't this
big
one.
Man prison wallet. Woo!
We saw that and we said, dude, what are you doing here? He said, well, I put that inside my body and he didn't swallow it 24 hours earlier. The deputy saved his life. Oh, and that was after Walter threatened to kill the deputy for arresting him. We had to take him to the hospital. They had to find a specialist. It was quite the ordeal, but he's thermaless in the county jail today. I told you weren't going to believe it. Never seen it before. Have another drink of coffee. Have a good day. Good morning, everyone.
I mean, yes, Avery, that had gone up your booty. Yeah, Mustang, exactly. Don't do drugs, okay? Frank's like, this one is literally the scoop. No, I think it wasn't the scoop. I think it was the whole thing, the whole pot. Southern gal. I am so glad I don't drink coffee. John, nope, no more thermos. I had come across that and thought, no way. There is no way in heck that this is real. Yeah, it was real. Oh my goodness, I thought that was so funny. Okay, I do not even know how that made me that big, and now this is all sideways on here. I have laughed this thing stupid, I guess. My screen is tiny. Hold on, y'all. I'm having all kinds of issues that had me just laughing. I'm still big there. Oh, Lord. Somebody teach me how to use this crap. Okay, well, I'm just going to go with it for the next one. Okay, so the next one isn't like this, I promise. It's not as, well, it's still bad, but it's not as bad. Let's see what the next one. I think we'll go over to, oh, that's a sad one. Let's go to Taylor Shabusiness because she's always in Shabusiness anyway. So we'll do this one. Oh, I don't want that to start yet. Okay. Oh, no. Avery having temptations. Now, Avery, calm yourself. Dawn, dude, we're going to have a talk. Guys, you're cracking me up. That's my chair squeaking. I promise that's not my butt. It always squeaks every time I go live. It drives me crazy. All right, let's go. This one's not like that, I promise. Let me make sure I shared it first. I got so giggly. Oh, my goodness. I'm such a child. I've got to stop this. You're supposed to mature in age. And here I am. John says, everything is getting stuffed tonight. Why wait for Thanksgiving? I can't. What the heck? Ah, okay. Now I've made the screen big and can get out of here. Tell you what, talk about a train wreck. We're going to have us a train wreck. Can't be any worse than that thermos. It won't hurt that bad. Avery, John. Yes, Dawn, we definitely need to have a come to Jesus meeting. Hey, this stuff is out there. I can't help it. It just pops up. Uh, this time of night, I get giggly. I can't help it. But Taylor's your business shouldn't be quite so giggly, even though she is quite the cuckoo. Lord. All right, let me make sure you guys can see this. And you cannot. See? I've got to stop this nonsense. All right, time to behave. Maybe. All right, let me play this. Oh, come on, Taylor. Get going here. Okay.
Appearances.
This date appears by Assistant District Attorney Tessa Button.
Good morning. Attorney Christopher Keith Froelich appears today in person with the defendant, Taylor D. Shabusiness.
All right, this matter is set for a status conference. Mr. Froelich, what is the status?
Your Honor, I've talked with the district attorney's office. I conferred with my client. I've reviewed the case. Ms. Shabusiness has decided that she wishes to enter into a plea agreement with the state. She will tender a plea to an amended charge of disorderly conduct as a misdemeanor offense. I have reviewed the plea questionnaire waiver of rights form carefully with my client. We've gone over all of her constitutional rights. We've had a chance to also talk on the phone. We've reviewed the elements for this offense. Both of us have signed the form and I have it available for the court.
All right. Thank you.
Look at her mean face.
Ms. Shabusiness, I've received a plea questionnaire waiver of rights form. It would indicate that you're going to plead no contest to an amended count of disorderly conduct, and then both sides would be free to argue that sentence. Is that your understanding of the agreement?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay. This form indicates that you are 27 years old. You completed 12 years of schooling. You do have a high school diploma, GED, or HSCD. You understand English language, and you understand the charges that you're pleading to, the disorderly conduct, what the state would have to show to find you guilty of that count is that you engage in violent, abusive, indecent, profane, boisterous, unreasonably loud, or otherwise disorderly conduct, which, under the circumstances as they then existed, tended to cause or provoke a disturbance. Is that your understanding?
Yeah.
You understand that the maximum penalty on this is 90 days in jail or a $1,000 fine or both, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. And you understand that the court is not bound by any agreement between the parties, and I could sentence you up to that maximum?
Yeah.
Still want to proceed?
Yeah.
Yes? Has anybody made any threats or promises to get you to change your plea today?
No.
You're doing so after speaking with your attorney?
I'm good. Yeah, we going straight. We doing it. We doing the plea.
Okay, you want to do the plea, right?
Yeah.
And you're doing so after discussing it with your attorney, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. This form further indicates that you are not currently receiving treatment for mental illness, mental disorder, and you have not had any drugs, alcohol, or medication in the past 24 hours. Is that all correct?
Oh yeah. That's.
Those rights are found here on the plea questionnaire. These boxes are checked. May I presume that you've read these or had them read to you by your attorney, and that you're freely, voluntarily, and intelligently waiving these constitutional rights and entering your not guilty plea, or I'm sorry, your no contest plea? Is that right?
I'm doing that.
You're doing that? Okay. You understand that those rights include but are not limited to your right to a trial, your right to remain silent, your right to testify at your trial, your right to a jury trial. All those rights you're giving up by entering a plea, correct?
Right.
Right? Okay. Mr. Froelich, you went over this form with Ms. Shabusiness and answered all her questions.
Hey, Doodles and Gray, thank you for
Do
joining.
you believe that she is freely, voluntarily, and intelligently changing her plea today?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Do you believe that there's a factual basis for her plea?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
May I use the criminal complaint to find that factual basis?
Your Honor, yes, you may.
And how many offers total did you receive in this matter?
One.
And you conveyed it to Ms. Shabusiness and she's chosen to accept it?
Yes, I sent it to her by letter. I talked with her about it on the telephone, and we also talked in person today.
All right. Ms. Shabusiness, you've heard what your attorney had to say, correct?
Yeah,
Do you agree with him?
yeah.
Do you believe that you are freely, voluntarily, and intelligently changing your plea today?
Yeah, I'm going in with the plea because that's what I put my initials down on.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
And do you have any questions of Mr. Freilich?
Never.
Never. And you agree that there's a factual basis to your plea, correct? To the disorderly conduct plea?
Yeah, violent behavior.
All right. Ms. Button, you're moving to amend count 1 from battery by a prisoner to disorderly conduct.
Yes, Your Honor, and we are in victim rights compliance. I have spoken with the victim in this matter, and she's in support of the resolution. She does have some feedback for sentencing, but I can save that for later.
All right.
Oh, I bet she does.
That motion is granted. So, Ms. Shabusiness, what is your plea to the amended count disorderly conduct?
Hey, no contest. We ain't doing no contest.
No contest. Ms. Shabusiness, I accept your plea. I find that it's been freely, voluntarily, intelligently made. I find that there is a factual base for your plea. I accept it, find you guilty, and enter judgment. Ms. Button, you're asking that this be set for a later sentencing date. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, I have a copy of the video that I plan to file for the court ahead of time.
Mr. Freilich, what's your position on that?
Your Honor, Assistant District Attorney Button and I, we talked about this, that we would maybe do this case in 2 parts, if the court was okay with it. I'm fine with having the sentencing hearing on a different day. I also talked with my client, and she's fine with that as well.
And you would want Ms. Shabusiness in court? Is
Yes.
that-
Yes, please.
All right. The court will reset this. How much time do you think you need, Ms. Button?
Not long, Your Honor, I can file it today.
Your Honor, do you mean for the hearing?
For time to prepare for the hearing and the hearing.
I think 45 minutes maybe for the hearing, just to be safe. Maybe 30 days.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we? Can we do? The afternoon of December 1st.
Yes, I'm wide open.
All right. Can we do 1:30?
Perfect.
1:30, Ms. Button.
That's fine.
All right, we'll reset it for sentencing on December 1st at 1:30.
Thank you very much.
Case adjourned.
All right, yeah.
See, I'll talk to you soon, okay?
All right.
Look at her smiling. What the heck? Oh, I thought she was going to start swinging. Oh, they got her tied in there. Doggone. She is wild. Wow. Oh, I don't know. I thought she was going to do something crazy. My goodness. Wow. Yeah, she is. She is crazy. I hate to laugh at somebody crazy,
And what do we say when somebody says, "Nice to meet you"? Give it time. No.
Oh, I think that one is so cute. I know Lisa Joe, when she comes in here, there's one funny donkey, and I don't even know if I still have it. I hope I do, but some of them are really, really funny. Yeah, we. This one's funny too.
And what do we say when somebody says, "Nice to meet you"?
Well, I already played that one. Maybe it's this one. You know, we always have that one person in chat that you're like, oh, but she said she's not being treated for mental illness. Yeah, if she's not, she seriously needs to. Doodles, are you still in here? If Doodles is still in here, she's got to see the thermos. I don't know if she's in here. She's gonna have a baby now. Doodles, are you still in here? I'll play it for you. She may not still be in here. I would be running too. I don't know that I'd be sticking around for this one, but if she's still in here, she's got to see that just to get a good laugh. That's me. John, is that what you do? Are you serious? So the first time anybody meets John in person, he's like, oh, I can almost see him doing that. Like, oh yeah. Oh, I can't help it. This stuff just gets too funny. I'm such a child this time of night. I get giggles. And Barb does too. See, Barb's laughing. Oh no. Yeah, Barb and I both get giggles. You should see us on the phone. We're just like, yeah, I don't think she does either. Doodles, if you're still in here and you decide you want to see Mr. Famous Thermos, I will definitely play it for you. All right, let me find the next one. This one's kind of odd too. Leave it to me to find the weirdest stuff. But I thought we could use a laugh, so why not? But I'm telling you, some of this stuff is just, I don't even know. Okay, let me pause it real quick. Oh, stop it. Okay.
To a
isn't that it?
violent
Sorry, guys.
confrontation. Good evening, I'm Steve Eager.
I'm Heather Hayes, Fox 4's Alex Boyer, live with the details from Arrest Records. Alex.
Hey guys, and according to that arrest warrant affidavit, we now know that it was the victim
It is,
who got
Barb. That's
mad
why we're
at the
giggling.
suspect for not saying thank you after she held the door open for the suspect at an area business. Well, that ended up spilling over into another nearby business where the arguing continued, and then once they were outside, that is when that verbal altercation turned deadly.
The shooter was telling them, come outside, like, let's handle it outside, like, you know, let's fight outside. And the mom and the daughter were kind of just like telling her to like go away.
This 27-year-old nurse who asked that we not use her name had just walked out of this PetSmart store located off West Wheatland Road in the southeast Oak Cliff area of Dallas Tuesday afternoon when she noticed two women, one with her 20-year-old daughter, arguing in the parking lot. Moments later, she heard gunshots.
But the mom and daughter tried to like get in their car and like de-escalate the situation, but the lady wasn't having it. So they ended up starting to fight. And then that's when the lady pulled out her gun and shot her.
Dallas police later identified the suspect as 22-year-old Kiona Hampton. She fled the scene in her car, but was arrested hours later with the help of surveillance video that captured her image, car, and license plate. The witness ran to help and put her training to work, performing CPR.
The daughter was next to the mom the whole time. She, like, it's hard because, like, you know, the screaming of a child for her mother is never easy, and it's never going to leave my head.
The victim, identified as Cecilia Simpson, died at the hospital. All of this started on the other end of the shopping center at Five Below as both the suspect and victim exited the store with something that might seem like a simple gesture of courtesy. According to the arrest warrant affidavit, Simpson got upset at Hampton for not thanking her for holding the door. It spiraled quickly from there. Hampton, who reportedly waived her Miranda rights, confirmed that she engaged in the verbal dispute, entering the PetSmart twice and continuing the argument, throwing a drink bottle at Simpson's car when she was about to leave and engaging in a physical altercation with her, adding that she took out her gun and shot Simpson, stating she was trying to get Simpson away from her. And again, the victim's daughter was a witness to all of it.
I've been trying not to cry, but just like, you know, being in high school, like my mom was such an important person during my lifetime, and she's the reason I became a nurse. My whole family is. Honestly, if I could just hug that daughter, like, I just feel so bad for her, and I just want her to know that I did everything I could. Those other people did everything they could.
And those other people included 2 other nurses who rotated in CPR. Meanwhile, I can tell you that Hampton remains at the Dallas County Jail and no bond has been set. Back to you.
All right, Alex Boyer, thank you.
Wow. Oh, Doodles is here. Doodles, do you want to see it? I don't want to offend anybody because it is wild. But it's a thermos where it shouldn't be, but it's Grady Judd. So you decide. I don't want to offend anyone. But it's funny. It's not going to show like how he put it there, but if you want to see it, it's funny. It is. I'll wait for you to tell me because I definitely don't want to play it if it's going to offend you. I need an adult freak. At least it's not more Thanksgiving stuffing. Right. Wow. I was like, what? Oh my goodness. Okay, we'll play it again for Doodles. I don't think she'll get offended. I hope not. If you do, just tell me. I know. And you know, Barb, we always buy those thermoses all the time. So it's like, oh, I don't know if I'll ever look at any of them the same. All right, let me go back to it. Barb, oh dear. That cracks me up. She's always, oh dear. All right. See if we can get this back over here. Pause it. Make it big. Oh, you hush for just a minute, Grady. We got a job to do here. Prepare yourself. Thank you, Frank. Oh goodness, I always get to do this. Haven't quite had a train wreck yet, but it's about to happen. I can just feel it. All right, here we go. Oh Lord, buckle them bloomers tight for sure.
And you don't spit it all over yourself when you hear what I'm about to say. But we're going to drink our coffee from a thermos from Fire Inspector Services. You got that? From New Jersey. Thanks for sending the cup. Good coffee. Now listen, there's things you can't make up. So we arrested Walter Freimeier. He's 51. We got a call that he was naked inside of a restroom at a public park. So we asked, is he naked or buck naked? You know, you can be naked and still have your socks on. But if you're buck naked, you're totally naked. Well, anyway, our deputy gets there. The dude's got all of his clothes on. So we're nice. And we send him out of the park and trespass him and tell him we're not going to arrest you, even though people saw you here without any clothes on. We're going to give you a break. So what does he do? He goes across the street and hops up on what? The railroad train track and trespasses again, just as soon as we gave him the break. So the deputy arrests him. We find out he's already got 25 prior arrests and been to state prison 5 times. So not only is he trespassed, we've got him in possession of meth. Well, I've talked about meth doing crazy stuff to you, right? You ain't gonna believe this. So we put everybody through a body scanner to make sure that they're not trying to bring guns and knives and drugs into the jail. Well, you might have thought Walter was bringing drugs into the jail. He brought a thermos into the jail. That's right.
Oh, Lord.
He put it up the exit ramp. You know what I mean?
Say it ain't so.
A thermos about this size. No, it wasn't this one. We saw that and we said, dude, what are you doing here? He said, well, I put that inside my body and he didn't swallow it 24 hours earlier. The deputy saved his life. Oh, and that was after Walter threatened to kill the deputy for arresting him. We had to take him to the hospital. They had to find a specialist. It was quite the ordeal, but he's thermaless in the county jail today. I told you weren't going to believe it.
Lizzie.
Never seen it before. Have another drink of coffee. Have a good day.
What do you think, Doodles? PJ, what do you guys think? Doodles says, I'm scared. I am scared. Barb's trying to help out. Vaseline. Oh, PJ's impressed. Of course she's impressed. I did not expect that. Oh my goodness. Sorry, Doodles. I hope I didn't offend you. I was just trying to get somebody to laugh. We all could use a good laugh, so I figured maybe we could use that one. Oh my goodness. I think there's one more, but it's not like this. I don't think. Maybe. Or is it? Oh, goodness gracious. All right, let me find this other one. Oh, this one. Okay, this one is the Kentucky Sheriff, one from Kentucky. And I know that a lot of us have, of course, it's from Kentucky. I just said that, right? Oh, hang on, Brian. Hold on to your britches. Okay. So this one is about that one. No, Avery, we don't need coffee. I don't think. Uh, Jeffrey says, I laughed pretty hard. Oh, I'm telling you, it's crazy. Was there meth in the thermos? I don't know, but I'm probably thinking yes. There was probably something in there. Frank, is that how you drink your whiskey? PJ wants to know. Mm. Hold on to your bloomers. I have Barb saying, hold on to your bloomers. Kentucky Fried Chicken. Oh my goodness. Okay, so this is about the Kentucky deal where they have this boom chicka wow wow swing going on, and oh good. Oh, we're back to Aurora. Where is Aurora? He likes his coffee strong. Give the poor man a break. You guys crack me up. Okay, let me share this before I get giggling. More giggling. uh, okay, this is another woman that's come forward in this well, I'll just say what it is. It's quite the sex ring. Oh,
working really, really hard still on the Kentucky case, the case of Kentucky
my
Sheriff
goodness.
Mickey.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I don't even know what I did here. Oh, train wreck, train wreck. Let me try this again. Is anyone else having trouble with like their screen going super small and then they have to exit out of it and then makes it like, oh, okay. Now it's not going to let me. Seriously. There it is. Oh, here we go again. But before we do it, as always, there always has to be one. So here we go. Oh, there it is. Yep. Every time. I had one with sound, but I don't think I still have it. Oh, yeah, I do. Yep. I have to do it at least, 3 times a live? I've got to get back to doing lives. I'm completely losing my mojo here. All right, let's try this again. Maybe this time I'll get it right. Maybe. Maybe. No promises. We might not. We might just sit here and laugh at each other all night. I'm not sure. I'm just going to roll with it, though. Either way. Nothing's going to stop us tonight. We're just going to roll with it.
But I've been just working it hard. Again, sort of behind the scenes, trying to get people to talk to me. A lot of people are nervous, but in this episode, I do have a new woman who has now come forward and has quite a story to share. I'm going to get to her in a second. If you've been following, you know that this whole thing, the murder of the judge, opened up really just a big can of worms in this community in Kentucky, Letcher County. allegations that the judge was having sex with inmates in the judge's chambers, women having sex with him, they said, to stay out of jail. For the full backstory, I've done several episodes on this and really gone deep with some of these alleged victims, and then also with the sheriff's attorney. So I'm going to link to all of those older episodes in the description below. But for this episode, I really wanted to sort of get quickly to what I have new, which is this new woman who has come forward. Remember, though, there's this federal lawsuit, allegations that the sheriff was nervous about testifying and that his testimony could involve things that he knew about the judge. And there are allegations that he was threatened, and all of that, we're told, was happening leading up to when the sheriff shot and killed the judge, again, right in the judge's chambers, which is never heard of anything like that happening before. There was body camera video that clearly showed the sheriff paranoid after his arrest inside the courthouse. Now, again, I don't want to retell the whole story here, but go back and watch my previous episodes and you can really dive in. I want to, again, though, get to the latest woman I spoke to. Her name is Gemma Bentley. So she worked in the courthouse with Judge Mullins. She says that she was groped by the judge and that she was uncomfortable around the judge on numerous occasions. And you're going to hear her sort of describe all of this in her own words. She says she suffered retribution when she rejected the judge's advances. And she says that she also saw several things that she found very, very troubling happening inside the jail. Listen to my interview with Gemma. So Gemma, you worked at the courthouse with Judge Mullins. Just kind of tell me a little bit about your history there.
I was going to college. I got my bachelor's degree in criminal justice, and I was still taking courses with the community college, and I was working a program called Pass the Promise. And my boss wanted me to not work on the campus, so she asked me to find a place to do my little 20 hours a week off campus. So since I had a criminal justice degree, I figured I would ask the judge because I knew him out in public. It's a small town. I attended birthday parties at the same place. I was very active in the community, Civil War reenactments and different festivals and stuff.
Yes, PJ. They found out that the sheriff had went in there. Of course, he had taken out the judge, but apparently this is a big sex ring, and they were like giving them substances young, and then they were taking them to apartments to pay for their house arrest and their house arrest bracelets, all that stuff. So this is like one huge Kentucky boom chicka wow wow ring. But then they later on in life, when they would get them off the substance or when they wanted to quit, they would call CPS and threaten to take their children. And several of their children have been taken. So this is another lady that's come forward. There was one other one, which is heartbreaking to think that this small town, which I'm sure everyone knew about, but was too afraid to stand up. This stuff has to stop. Like, this is crazy.
That we did. So I went and asked him if I could work for him, and he said yes, or if I could come over. I explained to him. He said yes, so I did. And after a little while of working there, he started making advances to me on 3 separate occasions, and I refused him. And I asked my boss to move me, and she told me that she could not move me again, that she'd already moved me once and that she couldn't move me. It was only a 2-year program that I was working. And I was also actually working for EKU also, Eastern Kentucky University, where I had gotten my bachelor's degree. So I refused him 3 separate occasions. And then I found a home. And I bought me a home, and I moved out from the guy that I was with. And that's when it all started.
Yeah, let me just back up for one second. I just want to stop you for 1 second. Sorry to interrupt you. Before we move on. So when you say first of all, was he married? And when you say you refused him, like, what actually happened?
Okay. The the first time he came out, well, he would come out and he would massage my shoulders and talk to me, when the secretary wasn't there. The evenings that I had to work late. And I would ask him to stop doing that because I felt uncomfortable. Another occasion, I was getting ready to leave when he came out of his chambers. And let me explain. When I went over there, there was a secretary's office, and then there was a little hallway between her office and his chambers. Well, he put up a little table there for me to answer the phone. That's what I started doing. And then, well, that's what I was doing the whole time. And then he had me small little jobs with the rehab people, the ladies that are rehab. I was kind of doing things with that. So another time that he came out there and he touched me on my breast and was talking to me and everything,
Lord.
trying to entice me to get in there, come in there, and I'd remove his hand and ask him to stop. And then the third time he came out of his office and I was leaving, he put his hand on my crotch and I moved his hand and I asked him to stop. That he says, why don't you come into the office, and we can have a little fun. And I looked at him and I said, well, I don't think my boyfriend would like that very much.
There you go.
And I would leave. And the guy that I was living with when going to college, there was nothing between us anymore. I lived in his house. I paid his bills so I could finish my degree. Then I found me a home. And when I moved out, I left him everything he needed. He had nothing when I moved here. I moved from Missouri. And he goes down and tells the county attorney's office that I stole items. I didn't steal nothing. If he had asked for the items that was in the Christmas stuff, I'd have gave it back to him.
This is the guy you were living with.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So, all right. That's when it started. Because anytime you live in a domestic relationship, there is never a criminal case of anything. It is a civil matter, period. They knew us. They knew us well. Well, Jamie Hatton's office, the county attorney's office, wrote up a criminal warrant on me. And after the Christmas break, we came back to work. The judge took me into his chambers, and I'm like, oh, crap. And I left the door open. I would not close the door. He said he needed to talk to me. And he said, well, he says, I've had this laying on my desk for about a month now. He said, but I've had to go ahead and sign it. And I said, what is it? He said, well, it's a criminal warrant. I said, for what? He said, Greg got a warrant and said you stole some items. And I said, I ain't steal nothing from him. And I said, well, what am I supposed to do? And he said, just take this paper and go to the sheriff's office and turn yourself in. I did. So, he knew better. Okay, I have a bachelor's degree. I'm not a judge. I don't have a lawyer's degree. I just have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. But I know the law. There's never a criminal case. It is all civil. So there should have never been a criminal warrant wrote up against me. So here's what happened. Court. Of course, Judge Mullins had to recuse himself because I worked under him or worked in his office. So they brought in the judge from over in Knott County. His name is Judge Prater. So the last time we go to court before I go to a trial by jury, there was no probation. It was time. This warrant was just time. So I'm standing there while he's making a trial date for me, and I just asked him. I said, Your Honor, can you explain to me why this is a criminal warrant when it should be a civil matter? Judge Prater looks up at me and he says, I suggest if you speak to me, you speak to me through your attorney. I looked on both sides of me, crossed my arms, and I waited. They handed me my piece of paper. I walked straight down to Jamie Hatton's office, the county attorney, and I said, can I get a warrant for Greg? Because he did steal items. He refused to allow me to have my own things, a vehicle that I had purchased, lots of things. He was going through my stuff. So I asked him, can I get a warrant for Greg? And he said, no, it'll be a civil matter. I said, well, explain to me, Jamie, why it's a civil matter against him, but a criminal case against me. Well, you stole it. I said, whoa, stop right there. You've already got me convicted. That's what he said. I started to leave, and I turned around, and I took one step a little bit closer to him, and I said, you go ahead and take me to trial, Jamie. I'll have the Bars Association down here so fast it'll make your head spin. Well, on that date that I go to court, I did not make it up the courthouse steps. The clerk met me outside and told me mine had been dismissed. I said, that's fine. I want my paperwork, and I want it expunged from my record. So I really pissed them off because they know they was doing wrong. And it was all because I refused him.
So you think all that is because you wouldn't have sex with the judge?
Yep.
My goodness. No wonder the guy.
Because there was no other reason.
Did you ever see anything
no longer
when you
with
were
her.
working there? You know, there's been all these allegations about this sex ring and the judge having sex with inmates. Did you ever see anything strange?
I did. I don't remember the one girl's name. She went to college. I can see her face. She had bleached stripes in front of her hair.
I think so.
She got into trouble. She went to college while I was there. She got into trouble with drugs. And the next thing I know, I went to work in his office. Next thing I know, she is working in a little tiny booth sitting across.
I'm not sure. The daughter spoke out recently saying no, that she had nothing to do with this at all. But if I was his daughter and I did have anything to do with this, I don't know. I'm not saying that she's lying because I don't want this to be where, I'm victim blaming or whatever. But all I'm saying is there's something going on to where he thought that his family was in danger. And the rumor was on the phone that it was his daughter that he called. So I don't know if she's just trying to keep people away from her, which I understand. I mean, I wouldn't want, if this was my dad, I definitely wouldn't want to be in the middle. But at the same time, it's going to come out anyway. So I'm not sure by the way she acted. I don't know that I believe it, but I'm not saying I don't, because I don't know what's going on there. But I can tell you what, do I sound like this Missouri lady here? Do I have this accent? I really hope I don't. Yeah, they have lost their mind, Barb, for sure. Let me get back to
from the courthouse between the two banks. There's a parking lot. Okay, the little booth was there years and years and years and years ago, I guess, as a like a toll booth, a pay booth. Somebody's supposed to be there to keep people out of that parking lot that shouldn't be parking there. Okay, well, all of a sudden, this girl is in that booth working, and the judge parks there. And every morning that she was there, now she only worked there. Get this, she only worked there for about a month. She didn't work there more than a month. But he would stop and be over there for over 40 minutes before he would come over to the courthouse to do his duties. One day she walked across and walked into his office with him, and I answered the phone. It was a call that he needed. I went to open the door to tell him that phone call was on the other line. The door was locked. Everybody knew what was going on before I ever worked there. It was talked. I didn't expect that he would make advances to me. I was much older and I wasn't in trouble. You know what I mean? But anyways, then there was times that he would go out to smoke. Now, like I said, I only worked there 2 years. And then I started kind of taking off early, and I didn't do my actual 20 hours, but he signed off on my timesheet. I guess because he didn't want me there neither. But I would go to find him on 2 separate occasions, and he would be down in the jail instead of smoking outside where he was smoking. But then all of a sudden, he was down in the jailer's office, and that's where I'd find the judge in there smoking with female inmates standing around in there and giggling and going on when I'd have to go down there and tell him what was going on, whatever it was I had to go down there for.
So
Somebody
the
was out
judge,
sick.
you saw the judge in the jail smoking with the female inmates.
Yes.
That just sounds so crazy.
Well, it was, well, what do you think? I was just there, and, and it was just a little job while I was still taking courses through the college.
Did you think it was weird at the time? I mean, why would the judge be in there
Oh, yeah.
with the female inmates?
Oh, yeah, I did. I mean, I've seen many of women go in there and the door go closed. I knew some of them, and they won't speak up. As a matter of fact, their mother is very adamant about him being such a good man, because her daughter, one of the daughters, her daughters got into trouble with drugs, and he sent her to rehab. But she would never speak up.
What about Sheriff Steins? Did you have any interaction with him?
I did. When I first started working at the courthouse, Steins was his bailiff. And I'm telling you right now, I felt sorry for Steins because the judge belittled him. And I'd watch everything. I was just there. I mean, I wasn't actually working for the courthouse or for him. I was just doing a job just to get a paycheck while I went to college. Who am I? Nobody. But I would watch poor little Mickey Steins would walk out of there after the judge would speak to him the way he did. And you could just tell he was so angry, or he'd just been belittled. I always felt sorry for Mickey. I just thought it was wrong how they treated him. And because he did not believe in what the judge was doing. He was not like them. Mickey was a very, very stern. When it came to him being a sheriff, he was very hard on drugs. He was very stern at his job. But he was fair.
So what did you think? So what year was this, by the way, that you worked in the courthouse?
Okay. I graduated in 2017, so it would have been the last little bit of, well, it would have been 2018, 2019.
Okay. So what did you think when you heard that the sheriff shot and killed the judge?
What did I think?
Yeah.
Ready for this one? Snake's a snake, dead or alive. Thank you, Jesus. He should have took out a few more. I'm sorry that I don't believe in murder, but I mean, okay. And I'll.
It's really sad because she's not the first to say that. And you know that it has to be that serious that so many women are in this ring and they look at the sheriff like a hero. So it's like, wait a minute, I don't know how to feel about that. Like, this is a cold-blooded murder here. But all these women are like, that he saved us, like the sheriff saved us. And I'm like, well, I don't know how to feel about that. Like, I don't know. I'm so iffy about that stuff.
So y'all are calling this corruption. Everybody is calling this corruption. It is not corruption. It is criminal what they've done, what they're doing up here in Whitesburg, because they took an oath and they're breaking those oaths. They're breaking the laws that they took an oath to uphold. Therefore, it is not corruption. It is criminal. And here is why I say that, because you cannot prosecute corruption. Where is it going to go with it? To be real honest, this corruption thing, where's it going to go?
She's right.
We might get somebody somehow, somewhere to actually listen and clean Whitesburg up. But it is criminal, and they should have to pay for what they've done and how they do.
I agree.
I mean, even me thinking back to you telling me that you went in the judge's office and he said, I've got a warrant that's been sitting here and I guess I'm going to sign. I mean, all of that is just highly inappropriate.
Yes.
Even on that level.
I agree. And the reason he done it, and I'll tell you why I know what the thoughts was and why he despised me. I have an ex-daughter-in-law. She's a cute little thing. She has my last grandchild with my oldest son. she would tell me, because she got into some trouble with drugs and had to go to rehabilitation. And she would tell me how he would come to her work in Jenkins. She worked at the gas station down there, and the judge always stopped in there, and he stopped in the dollar store. She would talk about how he would stand out there and try to get her booty. It was sex, but he wanted her booty, if you know what I'm saying, without saying it. And she would tell me all this stuff. Her and my son weren't together at the time, but she was still my ex-daughter-in-law, but she's the mother of my grandbaby. And she would tell me, because she asked him to do something for me when my brother passed away, over a vehicle that his daughter was supposed to have gave me the title to, because it wasn't my brother's vehicle to begin with. Someone else bought it, and when he passed, the guy gave it to me. I told him I didn't want it. It was his. Take it. And he said, no, it's yours. You've been good to your brother. You gave him a home. So forth and so on. So she asked the judge to sign off for her to sign the title over to me so I could do something with that van. It was just a cargo van.
Here I am muted and talking my ass off. This is great. Oh boy. What am I missing that you guys wanted me to play? I'll play it right after this. Not wrestle midgets. I don't even know where to find those, John. I'm not sure. Booty? I can't play booty on here either, but what did I missed something from Dawn. Let's see. Avery, that's the county I live in. What is it that I should play? BJ. Yeah, if you can just tell me what to play, I'll definitely play it. Just let me know. And I'll go back and play this, and you guys can just put it in here, and then I'll find it while we're watching this, and I'll play it.
I mean, it was just sitting here. Because he did, when he got sick, he was doing flea market stuff. He couldn't drive his big rigs and stuff anymore. So he would do that just to pass the time away. So anyways, she had asked him to help me to go ahead and get my niece to sign that paper, sign the title. He told her he wouldn't do a damn thing for me. And he told her why he did not like me.
What did he say?
He told me so. Because I would not. Because one, I embarrassed him. When I said I'd bring the Bars Association down, they had to back down. Because they realized, little Miss Blondie didn't sit there and look pretty. She actually knew the laws. She went to school to learn. I mean, I'm not gonna back down on them. But here's the catch. When I did contact the Bars Association, I did call them. I have that letter, which is a form that I would have to fill out. And I was very vocal. What they done was wrong. They knew why they done it. And I was going to file a complaint. Okay. And I had talked outside smoking with the secretary and one of the clerks upstairs. And I'd be sitting there talking to people, because I'm very well known in the community. And I had said that I had contacted the Bars Association, and that I was going to file a complaint against them. And the secretary and one of the clerk and other people in the public told me that don't do it. Do not do that. And I said, why? What they done was wrong. They shouldn't get away with that. They said, well, if you do that, they will either burn you out, meaning my home, or they'll find your body over a mountain somewhere. Not just by a couple of people in the courthouse, by people out of the courthouse that know the situation that's going on. I came back 13 years ago. I didn't get into any trouble. I'm not a druggie. I went to school in my 50s to get an education, because when I first moved back here, it didn't take me 2 or 3 weeks to realize why I left 30 years earlier. There's nothing here. So, but I came back here to get away from the drugs. My children's dad, I didn't want to go to prison before I killed him. He was on drugs real bad. I'll just be honest.
Well, listen, it's quite a story, Gemma. Why do you think more people, I mean, some people are coming forward, but a lot of people that we've talked to are saying like, oh, I can't talk to you on the record, or I'm not going to show my face. Why do you think that is?
Because of the public, because of the people that they work with, because of who they are, because they live here in this small town and they know they will come down on them. I mean, it's not gone away just because the judge is dead.
What kind of work are you doing now?
Actually, I'm kind of working for myself. Me and my daughter, we do home health. We take care of a couple of different ladies, elderly ladies, and clean for them and take care of them and so forth and so on.
Well, I appreciate
because I can't get a job in what I've got a degree in. I pissed them all off.
It sounds like a very twisted, complicated situation. But thank you for talking with us, Gemma. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
So I appreciate Gemma for talking to me. Again, I've been sort of working a lot of angles behind the scenes, and there's more to come. A lot of people are, as you heard Gemma mention, nervous to speak out, especially in this community, because they say, you know, there's the people in power have been in control for a long time, and all of this has sort of disrupted that in terms of the crazy shooting with the sheriff shooting the judge. So, you know, Gemma was brave to come forward. By the way, I have reached out to the Attorney General's office, the Kentucky Attorney General's office, several times, but we've literally gotten zero response. We've just been trying to figure out, like, is there some kind of state investigation happening behind the scenes into all of this? Obviously, we know there's a criminal investigation because the sheriff is behind bars charged with murder. But in terms of just a bigger overarching investigation of what's been going on in this county, and are they looking into any of these allegations of corruption? We've tried reaching out to the Attorney General's office and we've literally gotten zero response. That could mean that they're doing something behind the scenes, but usually in my experience, we'll at least get some kind of response saying no comment. But so far, nothing from the Kentucky Attorney General. I want to remind you also, though, about Taya Adams. When I went to Letcher County, Kentucky, I spoke with Taya. She has come forward and she actually says that she, had sex with the judge in the judge's chambers more times than she said she could count, because she said that's what she knew she had to do to stay out of jail and to stay out of trouble. So for those of you who missed my conversation with her, I want to play you again a little more of what Taya told me when I went to Kentucky. So what was your first interaction with the judge?
I knew him before because my sister worked for the Commonwealth Attorney for a really long time. Like, I grew up in his office and stuff. So whenever he got elected to be Commonwealth Attorney, and we moved over into City Hall, and then Kevin was the Assistant Commonwealth Attorney, and his office was like across the road from it. And I was kind of like informal intern in there, like learning office management and stuff. And I went over to his office to learn how to take a deposition. And that was the first interaction that I had with him as far as the sex and stuff goes.
What happened?
I gave him oral with my shirt pulled down, and whenever we were done, he threw money in my face, told me to clean myself up, and reminded me that I knew better than to tell my sister.
And what was his job at that time?
Assistant Commonwealth Attorney. And we would do sex parties and perform shows. Oh, Lord. Have sex with them for money, things like that.
Where were the parties?
Various places. There are different cabins. There's an apartment down like toward Thornton that they would use that's got like mirrored ceilings and a bidet and a sex swing and all the things.
Did you feel like you could say no?
No. No. No, and they would make sure to make you feel as small and degraded and belittled as possible to take your power away, you know?
What sort of
Yeah.
things would they do?
But also, like, I have to say, like, we were having fun too. You know, like, we were doing drugs, we was doing coke, doing a lot of cocaine, partying, you know, like, it wasn't like they were just like, they weren't raping, like, physically, like, you know, what people think about when they hear the word rape. It was consensual, but it was the thing that we were so young, and then they used it against us and to destroy our lives later.
How so?
With the legal system. And CPS, systematically removing your whole life, piece by piece.
Did they ever tell you that you couldn't say anything?
Yeah. I mean, that was just a given, you know. And like, who would believe it anyway? Because the whole town's doing it, you know. Nobody cares. They're all swingers. It's all a big party to them. It was just like so normal.
Did you ever have sex with him after he became judge?
Yeah.
When he was the judge?
Yes. I've had sex with him in the chambers. I've had sex with him upstairs.
You had sex in the chambers?
Yes.
How did that?
It was not the room that's on film. That's on that, where that camera is, where the murder and stuff happened. That's not the room that was always the chambers. I don't know, like, I think it might be behind that where it was. But there was like a different desk and everything in there. That's not the same room.
And how did that happen?
What?
The sex in the chambers. I mean,
We would just like, sometimes we'd just go over there and hang out, and he'd be like, just hang out. Let me go sit on the bench for a while. I'll be in a minute. You know, and everybody would come back there and smoke and stuff after. The girls who, they would bring them up from the jail for the house arrest people and stuff. They would have sex all over the place with them too.
From the jail?
Yeah.
Were you ever there when that happened?
Yeah.
You saw it?
Yeah. Yeah, I knew the girls personally. Yeah. They were my friends and family. They were the people that we lived with on the streets.
So they would
The
bring
other ones that they've done the same thing to and taken their kids and slammed them and put them with all these big crazy charges.
So, I mean, you're saying it like it's so normal, but I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
So the judge would have sex with inmates from the jail?
Yes.
And you saw it?
Yes. I was part of it. I was one of them. Not just from being in jail, like coming in off the street and seeing them. Yeah.
How did they keep it a secret?
It wasn't a secret. Wasn't a secret.
Why did you feel like you had to have sex with the judge?
Because he's the one with the power. He holds my entire life in his hands. He's the one that makes the decisions over whether I get to keep my children or not. He's the one that makes the decisions on whether I go to jail or whether I get a, like, they would drug test me all the time, and I would pass it, and social services would come in and say, like, no, she failed it, and I would have to make them lab it every time because I wasn't failing it. That was the one good thing that Kevin did for me when my twins, we fought for them for months. Finally got them back in the home. Social services was so harassing and so bad that he called her out in court. He said, that's enough. He said, you have taken this too far, and I'm reporting you to Frankfurt. And he called, the ombudsman, like, contacted me and to supposedly open an investigation against the child services here. And I never heard nothing about it.
Did the judge ever say, you have to do this, or if you do this,
You come see me 3 times and we'll take care of this. If it's a ticket or something, you know, or you get some minor charge, some petty charge. Come visit me a few times, we'll take care of it.
he would say that?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah.
And how many women do you think were also doing this?
Total over the years, hundreds. Yeah. And not just for the women who had charges. Like if your man or somebody or your child is in there, then you could go see him for that too.
And everybody knew this was going on?
Yes.
So what did you think when the sheriff killed the judge? When
My
you found
heart
out?
just like exploded in relief. I thought finally somebody is going to see this, because now they can't look away. They have to look. They have to see what's happening here. And then it's been all this time and still not seeing anything happening, you know. Nobody's saying anything. People have been making videos and coming out with their story for a long time, but they're being retaliated against to the point that they're leaving this. They've had to pack up and leave homes that they own here and leave the state and go rent somewhere else because they've ran them out of town.
Do you feel nervous talking about this? Have you been retaliated against?
I'm a little bit nervous, but I also know that God's got this, you know, and that our kids, I don't want our kids to have to grow up in this town like it has been for us. Because once they get their hooks in you, they never let you go. You don't get to live. You don't get to choose your life. You don't choose your own path. They do that for you.
Has anyone tried to intimidate you into not talking?
Like comments on Facebook and yes, a lot of victim blaming, shaming, stuff like that, petty stuff. But then also we had the message from the jailer's sister that said that they started it, she's going to finish it. And she's on Facebook like slandering Liz, saying she went through like hours of footage to catch a freeze frame of her eye like glitching like in the middle of a blink or something and put it on there on Facebook. Look, she's high. We need to call CPS to come take her kids. And that's how it happens. They'll call CPS on you, and then they will take your children unfounded for nothing, for no reason. Or like in my case, the court ordered me to take Suboxone and then showed up at the hospital when I gave birth to take my child because she had Suboxone in her system. She had Subutex in her system. They said my prescription wasn't valid. It was. My clinic had closed like a couple weeks before I went into labor, but I still had a whole month's prescription for that month with pills left over that I hadn't even taken yet. And that was their grounds for taking her.
How many times would you say you had sex with the judge in the courthouse?
Countless.
Countless.
Or sexual relations of some sort. Yeah.
I mean, if you had to put a number on it.
I don't know. Have you seen my record? It's a long one.
And he basically...
He's been part of every charge I've ever had.
And when you would get a charge, what would he say?
He'd laugh at me, tell me come see him. We'll get it figured out or whatever. But he never did. He ended up just like slamming me. They slammed me with all them other crazy charges there at the end. Like once they were done with me, I think that they got scared. And something about it is they don't like for us to get sober. When we get sober, we start to heal and we start to speak on who hurt us. And they don't like that. So they'll send people out to relapse you and pull you back into their nonsense.
Do you know why the sheriff killed the judge?
I don't, but I have my own suspicions and beliefs.
What do you think?
I think that he's seen that nothing was ever going to stop. Nothing was ever going to change unless something big happened. I don't know what it was that triggered him to actually do that. Like, I don't know. I couldn't say. But knowing everything, and then if you notice, they put that charge on Ben Fields, right? Like he's the only one or something. And Mickey ended up getting named in a lawsuit for not doing anything about it or not properly training them. So I wonder, like, if he was like this is so far out of my hands, what am I supposed to do? It's like all these people here that have evidence, like physical evidence of all these horrible things that they've done to them, are just hiding it because there's nobody to give it to. Like what, you know?
What do you think of it? I mean, what do you make of the sheriff? What is his sort of reputation?
He's got a good reputation. He was well respected. He was always good to me, fair, firm. You know, he'd take you to jail and stuff, but he wasn't like a groper and raper and stuff like the other ones. And he was always good to me.
Did he know about everything going on?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it bothered him. Like, I really do. Because I asked for house arrest. I kept asking. Over and over, I kept saying, Mickey, please let me go on house arrest. Like, this is crazy. And you know these charges on me are crazy. So every time I get him in the elevator, take him to court, I beg him. He'd say, well, we'll see. And then he never would put me on the list. And it makes me wonder why now.
Did anything ever happen to you in the jail?
Yeah.
I mean, because you talk about having sex with the judge, but that was mostly when you were out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to avoid.
Yeah.
But what about when you were in jail?
Yeah, the jail workers and stuff, a lot of them, they would come up to the doors, stuff, they want to see your titties. They want you to come up so they can put their hands in the beanhole and touch you. No! Like there was like this old stairwell in the middle of the jail across from the med room. Like they would take girls in there and stuff sometimes.
How do all these officials get away with this?
They run it all. They run it all. their rehab programs and stuff, they're all in it together. They all got their hands in it. The drug court, they just keep extending your sentence. How is that? Do you know what happened with my case? We had the fight. They charged us with unlawful imprisonment in a holding cell beside the booking desk. They charged us with unlawful imprisonment, which is kidnapping. That's the charge that stuck. And they told me I had 7.5 years total. I get to prison and get my time sheet. I had 12.5 years. So I went and seen legal aid. They said once the final judgment is filed, there's nothing else that you can do. It's final. So I did my time. I made parole upon completion. I did all their programs and stuff that I was eligible to do. And when I got out, they tried to make me to go to drug court. They tried to add drug court onto my sentence. And I threw a fit. I said, no, this is not right. And this was not part of the plea deal. And y'all already screwed me and gave me 5 extra years anyway. We're not doing this. My parole officer went back in his office, and he came back out and said, well, they agreed that if you would do aftercare for 6 months, that you don't have to go to drug court. So I did their aftercare. I did their MRT classes, anger management, parenting, you name it, I did it. I served out. I went to go get my gold seal. I was so excited and so proud that I accomplished it and that I was done. I finished it, you know. Like, I've worked so hard my whole life just to get out from under this place. Finished it. I go in to get my gold seal, my certificate, and he says, the state says they're not going to release you because of your child support until it's paid in full. That just destroyed me. That crushed me. And I still didn't know, like, what Cool had on there and seen that I'm on parole till 2099. And I've been trying to find somebody from the outside for a while to look at this case, like, because nothing about it is right.
So for people who aren't from here, I mean, there's obviously a lot of people on drugs or have been on drugs.
Yes.
Does that just make them vulnerable to this whole system?
It does, and they use it. They start giving you drugs as a minor. Like, so you're already addicted. So they use that to keep control over you.
Do you think
it's diabolical?
Do you think they think, oh, no one will listen to these people because they have records, they have been on drugs?
And that's why they want to keep us messed up and, you know, out of it, so we don't have any credibility.
All right, so that's the latest on Kentucky. Again, I hope to have more soon. There's a few other things that I'm working behind the scenes. And of course, I'm going to cover, you know, the sheriff's.
Wow. My goodness. Holy moly. Ugh. Let me go to this next one with Aaron Spencer. I found it. Oh. Stop it. Okay. All right. Let me get over here and share it. Yeah, I know. That's crazy, Avery. It's really sad because they did this with these children that are young. It's like they start them out with substances and stuff. So I don't know. It's just wild to me that everyone thinks in that town that, you know, they need to hide that, which I get it, but wow, you know? Ugh.
A man claims he found his missing teenage daughter in a car with a 67-year-old man, an alleged stalker. And now this father is accused of killing that man, and he could be facing criminal charges. I'm going to talk with renowned predator catcher Chris Hansen to get to the bottom of this story. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. This was a wild series of events that played out very quickly in the middle of the night in Arkansas last week. So we have 36-year-old Aaron Spencer, who reportedly called 911 to say that his 14-year-old daughter was missing. And while his wife searched the area around the home, Spencer hopped into his truck, started driving around looking for her. And that is when Spencer apparently spotted 67-year-old Michael Fossler with his teenage daughter in a car. And according to Spencer's wife, Heather, he started chasing the car that Fossler was driving. There was some sort of accident. After the crash, there was apparently some kind of confrontation between the two men, and Spencer allegedly shot Fossler, killing him. Well, when Lonoke County Sheriff's deputies arrived, they took Spencer into custody on suspicion of murder. His family was able to get enough money together for a $150,000 bail. There's a lot of different moving parts in this, including Fossler's history. So I want to bring in right now renowned predator catcher, founder of True Blue, the host of Takedown on True Blue, the host of Predators I've Caught with Chris Hansen. Who am I going to bring in? I think you guessed it, Chris Hansen, to talk more about this. Chris, good to see you.
What a wild case, Jesse.
I was going to ask you, in your experience, have you seen this kind of vigilante justice?
Apparently the guy was already warned in some method or fashion. And so they get onto this, the father does, and he finds the girl in this guy's car. Imagine the outrage. Now, you know, that doesn't mean it's okay to kill somebody because of this, but you have to take this into consideration. So I would have to believe that while there are charges here, and while it may be a question of fact for a judge or jury, jury's going to be pretty sympathetic to a fellow who's in this position.
I'm going to make the argument, and we'll talk about this in a little bit, if you can even get a fair and impartial jury in a case like this. But your experience in your career, you've seen parents who have taken...
Oh, I've seen, yeah, it's happened.
Violent with people like this?
It's happened. It's rare.
Yeah.
Most people at the criminal justice system do its job. But I just finished a sting operation in Florida with the Polk County Sheriff's deputies down there and detectives, Grady Judd, the sheriff down there. And in a matter of days, we caught a lifeguard from a Disney resort. I mean, here's a guy who's looking at children all day, and he shows up at our sting house to meet up and have a sexual liaison with a 14-year-old girl because he says his fiance wasn't paying enough attention to him. We had another guy who was in the Orlando area on business as a videographer, there for a convention, from Minnesota. He lies about his name. He jerks the detectives around. He lies to me during my interview with him. And it turns out all the time, all the while we're talking to him, he is out on bail after being arrested for virtually the same crime in Minnesota. So he's out on bail for trying to have sex with a boy in Minnesota. And what does he do? He goes off on business to Florida, and he gets right online and tries to set up another sexual liaison with another 14-year-old boy in Florida.
It's pretty disgusting, and I would say, oh my gosh, shocking, but really not shocking since we cover this so much. Going back to this situation, though, so Spencer's arrest, as you can imagine, it has caused a lot of outrage in the local community and online. So Heather set up a Give, Send, Go fundraising page, which has raised, our understanding, more than $100,000 to go toward Aaron Spencer's legal defense. I believe this was after an issue with GoFundMe because you're not allowed to raise money for a legal defense on that platform. So she's accepting donations through Venmo and Cash App. But a lot of people are outraged at what happened here. And a couple days after the shooting, the sheriff took to Facebook to kind of try to quell the growing unrest.
As your sheriff, it is our duty to conduct a thorough and factual investigation. Law enforcement does not file charges. We gather evidence and submit a case to the prosecutor, who will then decide whether or not to file charges. Currently, official charges have not been filed. I have not, nor will I, advocate for any specific charge.
Now, as of Monday night, it doesn't appear that the district attorney's office has filed official charges. This was more a preliminary murder charge, so there's not an official charge yet. But we are learning more about Mr. Spencer and Mr. Fossler's backgrounds. So we started by looking up the suspected shooter, Aaron Spencer, and we actually looked him up on Truthfinder. It's really easy to do. You just put in the person's name, location, less than a minute. Our paid subscription gave us access to all of these court records. And all we were really able to excellent research. According to a post from Heather on the fundraising page, her daughter's interactions with Fossler actually started earlier this year. She wrote, in spring, summer 2024, our then 13-year-old child was targeted, groomed, and ultimately raped by the boyfriend of a family friend. Our family did not know this monster. He just appeared in a place where our child should have been safe and got access to her phone number. And that's all it took. We let the justice system do its job. The monster who hurt our child was charged quickly, but released even faster on a $50K bond. He was awaiting court in December for several felonies in relation to what he did to our child. Now, those charges appeared to include internet stalking of a child and sexual assault, but the exact details weren't available because the criminal complaint has been sealed for privacy. But Chris, that kind of gives us an idea of what we're dealing with here.
Well, yeah, obviously this guy was caught. The damage was done to this child, the grooming and the exploitation, and he doesn't learn his lesson. Just like the guys I described in our most recent sting, this guy will not stop until he is put in prison. And so that's all going to come into play when the prosecutor considers the charges against the father of the victim here. And I can't imagine that he'll see a day in prison.
The idea, though, that he goes after the person that he's accused of first targeting, not even going out and trying to attack someone, but going after the initial person. That's the part, and that's why people are outraged that he was out on bail too.
He's a stone cold predator. I mean, what else can you say about a guy like this? Somebody like that is incorrigible. Somebody like that doesn't learn a lesson. Somebody like that can't be deterred. If you get arrested and you're out on bail pending criminal charges of this type, and you go back, these people in some cases are like heroin addicts. They need to fulfill this fantasy. The heroin addict knows there's a 20% chance there's fentanyl in the heroin, they do it anyway. The predator knows there's a 20% chance they're going to get caught by me, by one of the law enforcement agencies around the country, but they do it anyway. They can't control it. And for that subset of people who commit this crime, there's no choice but to keep them locked up because they will offend again and again.
Now, to be clear, from a legal point of view, right, these are allegations that are being asserted. These are allegations being asserted by the Spencer family. But just to go back to this, according to Heather Spencer, she and her husband, they wake up at around 1 a.m. on October 8th to the sound of their daughter's dog barking, which they say was unusual. And when she wasn't in her bed, they started a frantic search. The two reportedly didn't know that Fossler had apparently been in contact with their teenage daughter. But Heather said that on social media, they believed Fossler had taken the girl to kill her. So when this car wreck happened, Spencer says he was able to grab his daughter from the car. Fossler attacked him, so he shot him. So kind of a self-defense argument. Now, the sheriff has said that they investigate every death involving a shooting like this as a homicide, and whether or not they believe that homicide was justifiable or not, that would have to be determined as the investigation progressed. But Chris, here's the thing. You put the legal aspects to the side. Whether this was self-defense or perhaps even downgraded to something like voluntary manslaughter. You're acting in the heat of the moment. You're acting under extreme emotional disturbance. Guy sees his daughter allegedly being kidnapped, and he's coming to the rescue. You can understand that. You put aside the legal aspect. I don't understand from a point of view, from a public policy point of view, how they charge him. I get it. Yeah, you don't want everybody taking justice into their own hands, but...
Yeah, especially given the fact that there is this belief that maybe he was going to kill the girl. And maybe in his twisted mind, without that witness, he doesn't face prison on the charges. We don't know. And we also don't know what was going through the father's head, but I can predict without fear of contradiction that the father was afraid. And if you're looking at your daughter in the hands of a predator, again, I don't see how this guy gets charged.
Let's say he does. Yeah. Let's say this is a murder charge. You're finding a fair and impartial jury, given the community outrage here.
I don't see a prosecutor in a smaller town like this who knows everybody, who knows, all the players in this. I just can't imagine that this man will ultimately go to trial for any sort of homicide.
Now, to be clear, look, I've covered cases before, different kinds of
It's
abuse.
possible, and we've all seen, exceptions to that common sense. Thinking.
Because murder's not the answer. I mean, look at Gypsy Rose Blanchard. Clear case, she was abused. Menendez brothers, you can make the argument that they were abused. They're going back and forth about whether it was a self-defense argument. But the point is we're not just saying murder is a justification, but here's what's interesting. The sheriff told USA Today last week, this guy that preyed upon their daughter was released on bond, and we had stopped him that night and got him with her. That bond would have been revoked. He would have never got out of jail. None of the bond companies would have let him out. We wouldn't let him out. A lot of things there. So he's seemingly acknowledging Fossler was a predator and a danger. Let's start there.
Right.
Yeah.
So maybe what he's arguing is that the father should have called the sheriff's department, called 911, and let them handle it as opposed to take matters into his own hands. That's a good argument. And then he would have been arrested and never let out on bond again until and after he faced criminal charges in court. That's a reason why maybe you detain somebody and you investigate the case and maybe there is some sort of charge filed and it becomes a question of fact for a judge or jury. But in the heat of the moment, does any parent wait until the police get there?
Absolutely
Do you call
not.
911 and then give chase? Do you just do it because you act out of instinct? those are hard questions to answer. And it's hard to really point a guilty finger at this dad for doing what he did based upon what we know so far.
And it's different than in the
I don't know. This one's hard because I don't know. I mean, it very well, you see this with your daughter. You see him with your daughter. You know this guy's dirty. I mean, you know he's not out to help your daughter. I don't know. I'm not sure how they're going to prosecute him, but honestly, if they do anything, it could almost be like a crime of passion or something like that. I'm not sure. That's wild. That really is wild. Dang. Yeah. Does he have a lot of charges? Sorry, my chair's squeaky again. Does he have a lot of charges, Don? So he looks like a guy that has like a rap sheet as tall as he is. For sure. That's sad. I don't know if a parent has time to think. I mean, that you're trying to rescue your child. Goodness. Okay, so I think what I'll do next, I know it's late. I don't know if you guys want me to read flyers. Is anybody interested in me reading flyers? You just want me to play a couple funnies and end it. It's up to you guys. I know it's late. I don't want you guys to feel obligated if you're tired. Yeah, Avery, I agree. I think that I'm not sure how they're gonna prosecute him and what charges can be brought with that kind of thing, you know. I'm not sure. But I think I said I would play some funnies. So I'll play some funnies first and then I'll read a few flyers. I know if you guys have to go to bed, I don't want to keep you in here. I know it's late. Usually I'm never on this late, but I just couldn't sleep. And I know Barb and I were talking today about holidays and how easy depression can get a hold of you. And I was like, you know what? We'll play a few funnies or do something. So we all need a few. Okay. Yeah. I wanted to do flyers, but I just wanted to, make sure with you guys. I don't want to bore you or you feel obligated to have to sit in here if you don't want to. I think this one's pretty funny. I think
You really do that?
I ain't did nothing. He just lying.
I said you rub your butthole on my headrest.
No.
You do. You lift your tail up.
Oh, you lying.
No, you lift your tail up and you rub your butthole on the headrest.
I can't do that.
No, you're not supposed to do that.
I can.
You're not supposed
Yes,
to.
I can.
No, you're not supposed to do that.
I'm sorry.
You're not.
Yeah, it is, Avery, especially this holidays. I think that one is so cute. I do.
And what do we say when
Play that one 40 times. Let me try this.
Hey, my favorite human being. So happy to see you. Dude, I've been practicing my singing. Check this out. Whoa! Sick, right? Yeah. I should go on American Idol. Where are you going? I'm late to the pond. My friends are waiting. I told them I'd bring some quackers. You mean crackers? You know what I mean. You really think they're going to wait for you? Bro, the life of the pond without me is just my bread and disappointment. Tsunami!
Honey, come here.
Oh my God, is lunch ready? Oh my God, I'm so excited. Is that soupy salad that you always make? I love it. Whoa. It's not funny. I must broke my beak. Hey, Gilbert, what's up, dude? Want some grapes? I love someone else. Have a good time. I gotta poop so bad I can taste it. But I'll be back and you better have those grapes. And if you got some baby wipes, I'll take those too. Hey, yo, break yourself. Oh, man, that was dumb. Oh, I'm gonna play it off. I might have broken my vertebrae. Dashing through the snow on a one-horse open sleigh. Merry Christmas! O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtails ring. He said, what? Watch this. I'm gonna ram his butt. I'm gonna ram his butt. Excuse me. I'm gonna ram his butt. I'm gonna ram his butt. Stupid dog. Did my Uber just drive off? I'm gonna be late for my flight. Oh, man. Hey, you know this is my corner, right? And? Take your tail to the other side of the street where you supposed to be at.
You hurt my butt feathers. That ain't funny, man. I ain't gonna be able to.
Ooh, what? What you see? Man, I thought a bird pooped on me.
Hey, somebody's been eating other people's food out the refrigerator.
Man, get out my face with all that.
Why you getting all
Why y'all
out
looking
like
at
you
me?
guilty? We just trying to find out.
It look like y'all trying to blame me. That's what it sound like to me.
Mom, we're not I ain't trying to blame you. I know you ate my oodles and noodles. You just need to learn.
How the fish looking? Let me see. I found the fish, y'all. I found some fish. I found some fish. I found some fish. I found some fish. We found 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 fish. If you move, you lose, okay? I'm going to get your fluffy toy. I'm going to play with it. You better come get me. Okay, that didn't work. Want a treat? Want to go outside? Want to poop? I just pooped in the kitchen, bro. We got to go.
Thank you. Wait a minute. Ain't no thank you. Is that your breath? That's your breath. Oh, I'm about to pass out.
Are you going to tell on me?
Yeah.
Huh?
I mean, no, I ain't gonna tell on you, bro. As a matter of fact, I'm leaving.
Where you think you going?
Over little Michael house.
What? You going to tell on me, ain't you? I said I'm... Hey, bro. Look at me. Look at me. Hey, turn around. Look at me. This how you be walking. Look at me. Look at me. You be walking like this. Look. Hey, don't be getting mad at me because that's how you be walking. Shoot. Hey, look. I love you, pretty kitty. And you don't have to say a word because I can tell by that look on your face, girl. You love me too. We gonna have such a beautiful life together. We gonna have a little litter of babies. We gonna call them puppy cat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Happy birthday. Boy, I ain't even 7. I'm 3 years old. You just trying to hit me and hiss me off.
Papa. Listen, Papa. Papa.
I think that is so cute. Kids are so funny. Oh my goodness. I had that one that says, I'm tired. I'm crazy. I won't be bothered. Oh, there's Mr. Bean. I love Mr. Bean. I just can't get enough of Mr. Bean. Oh my goodness. I think that might be all of them. I think I showed you. Okay. I'll read a couple flyers. I won't keep you guys long. Yeah, some of these are so cute. The baby ones, I am jelly for the baby ones. I'm like, oh my goodness. The babies are always great. I just can't help it. All right. So the ones I have over on Facebook. I figured we would read. I'll just read a couple of them and we'll kind of go from there. I always like to add a few flyers because you never know. I mean, especially this late at night, you may see one of them, be like, oh, okay. So you never know. I don't know what this StreamYard deal is to where it goes little and then you have to go back. That's wild to me. Okay. I think I can make that a little bigger if it doesn't mess up. Okay, there we go. All right, let me get started. So this is Patience Ford. Patience, she's 18 years old, blue eyes. She's 5'4". She weighs 115 pounds. It says Patience Nicole Ford was last seen October 11th, 2025 in Lillian, Alabama. She was wearing a green hoodie, dark colored leggings with rips, and white Nike shoes. If you have any information regarding her whereabouts, please contact Baldwin County Sheriff's Office at 251-937-0202 or call 911 immediately. And this flyer is by the Aware Foundation. We have Jonathan Wood. This is also by the Aware Foundation. It says missing El Paso, Texas, cold case. Jonathan Thomas Woods was last seen April 1st, 2022 at the Wood Springs Suits, 3610 Joe Battle in El Paso, Texas. He is from Winslow, Arizona and has ties to Hemet, California. Jonathan is believed to be homeless. If you have seen Jonathan or have any information regarding his whereabouts, contact the El Paso Police Department at 915-832-4400. Jose has been located. Jameson has been located safe. I love the located safe. Elia, she's safe. Rest in peace, Terry. I hate to hear that. That's terrible. Joanna Brown is also deceased. I hate ones like this. Rest in peace, Joanna. We have Cheyenne Dickinson. See, the Elko County Sheriff's Office is asking for the public's help in locating 16-year-old Cheyenne Dickinson. Cheyenne was last seen on May 3rd, 2025 at approximately 6:30 p.m. in Elko, Nevada. She has a nose piercing, a small heart tattoo on the right side of her neck, along with the Arabic writing a tattoo on the number 11 on her right index finger and A with a circle around it on her left index finger. If you have any information about her whereabouts, let me click this right here. Contact the Elko County Sheriff's Office at 775-777-7300. Shauna has been located. Diamond also located. I love the located safe. I really do. That some of these are super, super sad. I'm trying to get to the ones. There we go. Owen Kennedy. The Charleston Police Department is asking for the public's help in locating 19-year-old Owen Kennedy. Owen was last seen by friends near King Street and Burns Lane in Charleston, South Carolina on October 31st, 2025, around 2 a.m. Owen was last seen wearing a Boston Celtics Halloween costume pictured below. He has tattoos on his right forearm, left shoulder, left shin, and left knee. Owen was just a few minutes from home, but never made it there. If you have any information, see you hit this. Please contact the Charleston Police Department at 720-2422. Let me check chat. Do you have one from Bryson Stewart? I can look it up real quick. Let's go back and see if I can find that on there. Oh, what if I did that? Bryson Stewart. Oh, actually, it didn't. It just took me right back over there. I don't think I do. Okay, let's go down here. Usually I just go to my Facebook and kind of read off from there. I don't know if we did Addison James. I'm not positive. Okay, I'm going to do this one real quick. Elijah Brown is 15 years old and missing from Arizona. My former employee. I did go over hers in several of my lives, Avery. I know she's such a beautiful woman, and I can't believe she just disappeared out of like thin air. That's wild. But Elijah Brown is 15, missing from Arizona. He's been missing since November 3rd, 2025. The Gila River Police Department is working with Chandler's Police Department to locate Elijah, a member of the Gila River Indian community. I hope I said that right. Elijah was last seen near Arizona Avenue and Warner Road wearing black or white washed jeans, a black t-shirt with red writing, and black tennis shoes. Do you have any information on Elijah's location? Please contact the Gila River Police Department at 520-562-4511 or text information to 911, or you can call the anonymous tip at 520-562-7144. Oh, so I hate the ones that rest in peace. She's so beautiful too. Now let me run back over and see. Let's go to Stolen Spirits. I like to read a lot of theirs too because they do super, super good. I just love their flyers. Let's see. Might have to go to the photo ones because some of theirs are like videos and it kind of throws me off. But actually, I'm scatterbrained tonight, so I had a whole bunch of them that I had shared today, so we'll do that. We'll go down to. Oh, look, there's Frank. Okay, where'd we go here? Keisha. I had several on here, I thought. Of Stolen Spirits. Well, it looks like I'm just going to have to go to Stolen Spirits. All right. There we go. All right, we'll go down this way. Now, I may get these wrong, and I'm so sorry. I always tell the Stolen Spirits, the girls, Brady, Nicole, I always tell them I'm so sorry that if I get any of them wrong. But let me check chat real quick before I get started. I think it's been a year now. Oh. Yeah, a lot of these have been missing a little bit, but I try to keep up with the ones recently too, because lately I've been sharing like all cold cases in my shorts, and I know that I need to get back to the regular ones. I'm trying to get back in the saddle here. So Allison Jade Mace. Let's see how they put this over here. It might be a little easier for me to read. Okay, here we go. She's been missing since September 26, 2025. Missing from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Is that right? Yeah, from Mexico. Missing at 17. She's female, Native American. Her eyes are brown. Her hair is black. She's 5'4", weighs 135 pounds. Last seen wearing blue jeans, black, I don't know if that's black eye shirt with deranged and balloons on it. If you have any information about Elijah, please contact Albuquerque Police Department at 505-242-2677. Okay, we have Jonathan Brown. Jonathan Brown has been missing since September 1st, 2025. Let's see. Maybe I can do a video on her. Yeah, that's a really good one too. Like I did one on her. Like I'm not really good on the videos, so I could use any help with you guys. If you guys want to help me with how to make videos, I use Storyblocks and do all that, and it takes me forever to get everything together. But if you guys know an easier way to do videos, I would love to know. Let's go back up here. So this is Jonathan Brown. Jonathan Brown is missing. He's been missing since September 1st, 2025. He's missing from Albuquerque, New Mexico. He's 48 years old at the time he went missing, male, Native American, brown eyes, black hair, 5'9", and weighs 145 pounds. He has an unknown tattoo on his left hand. If you have any information about Jonathan, please contact the Albuquerque Police Department at 505-242-2677. And here's a picture of Jonathan Brown. Please take a good look at his face. If you think you may see him, please look at these pictures as humans, not just pictures on a flyer. I know we see so many that are just the flyer, but it's so very important, honestly, to just, look at these people as people and not just faces. We have Maximilian, Magzi. I'm not going to try the last name because I don't want to butcher it, and I know I will because I'm not really good with this, but I'm going to try anyway. Or Avery, if you want to join me sometime and talk about her, I'm more than willing to do that. Or even Dawn, even. I mean, I would like to get as many cases out, and I was also thinking that some of us creators, I don't know if you guys are interested, but maybe we could do like a marathon thing where we could all get on panel and each read like 5 to 10 flyers so that, we could just get those out. And I think it would make for good conversation too. And we could ask questions with one another, but you guys let me know what you think. And I went over Maximilian. Did I go over Maximilian? I don't guess I did. Maximilian Magzi is missing. Let's see. It says missing since September 29th, 2025, missing from Minneapolis, Minnesota. He is 32 years old, male. It's so hard for me to see just the flyer, so I kind of read from the top. His tribal affiliation is Mille Lacs Band. His eyes are brown. He has dark brown shoulder length hair, 6'1", weighs 250 pounds. Last seen wearing a dark t-shirt, dark pants, dark blue hat. Wears his hair in a ponytail with a hat every day. He has tattoos, unspecified tattoos on his arms and a lion on his chest. He went to get coffee 1 mile from his home and has never been seen again. If you have any information about him, please contact the Minneapolis Police Department at 612-673-5374. And there's this picture. Please make sure that you get a good look at him. Let's see what chat says. New to do creators panel. Yeah, that would be great. Like if we could all do like a round table and we could each pick like even 10 flyers and we could read our 10 flyers. And I think each of us could learn off of the other. But if you guys are interested, email me or get a hold of me. I am on Discord. I think I'm under there as Doodlebug Fart, I think is what it was, because that was my original name, but I didn't expect to start a channel for sure. Good night, Peggy. I'm so happy to see that you joined us tonight, though. Okay, so let's go to the next one. This is Yolan Herminos. She's 16 years old, female. Her race is Pacific Islander. She has brown eyes, brown with Greek faded highlights. She's 4'2", 110 pounds. Beautiful young lady. She was last seen wearing a black red shorts and black tennis shoes. Last seen at 6:50 p.m. near her residence in the area of Dobson and Broadway Road. She's missing from Is it Mesa or Misa? I'm gonna say Mesa because I think Tomboy one time corrected me. And she's been missing since November 1st, 2025. Our next one here is Valora Rodas. She's 14 years old, female, Native American. No other information is available at this time. Missing from Fair Oaks, California, and she's been missing since September 13th, 2025. We have David Todd Labashan Harvey, 17 years old, male, indigenous. He has gray eyes. Ooh, gray eyes. I love gray eyes. Brown hair, short, 5'10", 104 pounds. Last seen wearing a black hoodie and black jeans. Last seen shortly before 5:30 p.m. at Access Family Resources and misses his 10 p.m. curfew. He is missing from Dawson Creek. And if you have any information, please contact the Dawson Creek RCMP at 250-784-3700. Let me check chat real quick, see if I've missed anything. Yeah, Dawn does super well. Dawn talks slow, where I get super speed reader when my anxiety kicks in, but you guys do absolutely great. But if you guys are interested anytime to we could do like a round panel and you guys could stream from your side too. And I think that we could all get our flyers out. And I think that would be really neat. I really do. I know Arctic and I was going to do that one time. And even if he wants to join, I'm completely okay with that to do like a round table because I feel like our missing people comes first before any personal preference or any friendship with anyone. So I want this to be about the missing for sure. But if you guys are interested, just let me know, please, because I'm game for it. So Jesus Duran is missing. He's been missing since August 25th, 2025. He's missing from, I'm going to get this wrong, but I'm going to try. Tulini, Clarksdale, Arizona, missing at 15 years old. He's male. I don't know if this is Jesus or if it's Duran, but he's 15 years old, male, Native American, brown eyes, black short hair. He's 5 foot tall, 180 pounds. Always so adorable. Last believed location was in the Tulini area, Cherry Creek or Cardinal Way, or possibly at a residence in Quail Heights in Clarksdale. Do you think you have any information about him? Please contact 911 immediately. And I love this. I'm hoping that they do t-shirts. I would love to have a t-shirt like this. I just love Brady and Nicole and Zach. I think they are absolutely adorable and they do so good. I don't even know why I did that. I want to hit the heart thing, but I don't know if it's going to let me. Before I do this though, let me go back up here. Let me share this so you guys, I'm pretty sure. Well, I say that, but I might have to go back up to group to share it. Yeah, here we go. Copy link. Let me go over here and chat. Because if you guys are not subscribed, please do. They worked so hard and their flyers are absolutely amazing. They are great. And they're so sweet, so respectful. And Zach has the most cutest smile that'll warm anybody's heart. Seriously. He is so genuine and he's just adorable. Okay, how do I get back over here where I can't read this? I always do this. Okay, here we go. But I do love this, and I really hope that Brady gets t-shirts because I'll be the first one to be buying those. Let me read chat real quick though. They are great. Yeah. But Dawn, I don't know if you were interested in anything like that. Even if we could all stream, like even one in each channel, I think it would be good. But I really think we need to do a purge of flyers to get these faces out. But it's up to you guys. I know everyone's busy. Now that I'm retired, I have all this time on my hands. So, I'm always looking for something to do. Like I said, they do amazing work. If you just look through here, I mean, they're genuine. Stolen Spirits is genuine. Like this one, I probably shouldn't play this, but I'm going to. If I get a strike, I get a strike, but I don't think it's a big deal. But you guys have. I love it. And they do so good for the community.
Morgan & Morgan is standing up for consumers with a power.
That's where that was supposed to go there. Okay. So is there anything else? Because I know I haven't done a lot of let me get over here in chat. Makes me think. I know, Barb. I know. Actually, I know. And the 22nd, which is weird because my favorite number is 22. And it's like an angel number because I see 222 all the time. And that's my birth month is 2 and my date was 22. So, and she passed away May 22nd. So let me go ahead and add her up here. I usually do. Sometimes it kind of gets to me too much. But in all reality, I mean, Wisdom was amazing. And I don't know. I struggle so much with missing her, but I know she's in a better place or a better place for sure than we are. So I can't complain, but boy, do I miss her. I miss her so much. Her and her little sassy attitude. I would do anything for her to give me that little sassy attitude. Let's see what Barb says. Okay. So let me go back over here. I know I'm getting sidetracked, but I mean, really, we get so close to one another here. And even if you're like battling with someone, which isn't even a battle, I mean, I hate to say this, but really we all become family. And the ones with their heart in the right place, I would love to do that. Like I could read 10 I could read 10 flyers and maybe Dawn could do it and we could even like dual stream all this so that it gets out further. And I really want to do more for the missing community, but it's so hard because a lot of people just don't stick around for that. And that's so sad, really. Yeah, I think it would be great to do an all women's panel because you know how we get emotional and all that stuff. Is there another one that you want me to read through? I was going to do the Aware Foundation, but I think I got that one. I know we have, let me look up here. I know I have searched. I think I did that one. We do have Locks of Reunification, which I absolutely adore them too. I know they're doing a lot of cold ones and it's from like different countries. Like some of these are like Mandoba, Winnebago, and so that kind of throws me off a little bit. But A Voice for the Voiceless does really good too. Let's see, it's hard when someone yes, and you know, Wisdom was like my best friend and her Molly and I and Mikey, we would stay up late at night and we would do all this and you know, we all kind of parted ways, but I don't want this to be about parting ways. I have no, you know, bad will against anyone. And I would love to have a big panel where we could all read, even if it's 5 flyers, you know. Oh, well, thank you, Dawn. That would be an honor for me. Really, it really would. And Mustang, if you have flyers, I mean, you're more than welcome to join. Everyone's welcome. I don't know if Molly wants to. Molly can't even. I don't have hard feelings about to anyone. I just want to put the missing first. And if you know, it doesn't matter who you get along with. It matters getting the flyer out because the victim's always first. But I'll put my rant in here and get on with this. Sorry, guys. Some of these are hard for me to read because I can't see them. So I think that's why I went through this one may work. Yeah, here we go. So Leonard Widows. Oh, I'm gonna booger this and I hate this. Leonard Wodowski is missing from Green Mountain, North Carolina. 69 years old, 5'11", weighs 154 pounds, blue eyes, gray hair. We need your help to locate Leonard, Lenny Ski, age 69, who went missing during Hurricane Helene in the Great Mountain area of North Carolina. Lindsay was last seen near the swinging bridge of North Carolina Highway 197, along with North Toe River. His home was swept away in the flooding, and it's feared that he may not have been able to escape. And I have to say, in North Carolina, there's many families that are still living in tents right now, and it's almost winter. Oh, Kyron Richard Horman. I'm pretty sure we know about him, but I'm going to bring him up anyway. Kyron Richard Horman was last seen on the morning of June 4th, 2010, at Skyline Elementary School in Portland, Oregon. He was only 7 years old at the time. He attended a science fair at the school despite extensive. Let me try this again. Had attended a science fair at the school despite extensive search efforts. Kyron's case remains unsolved. and his family, friends, and community are still seeking answers. He is so cute. Is he not adorable? Absolutely adorable. Didn't I miss anyone else's flyers? I don't want to miss any of these because I respect all of these. Like I do. I absolutely. I just think anyone that makes these flyers, and Stolen Spirits makes excellent flyers. Matt at Locks of Reunification, he does a lot, but he's doing a lot in like British Columbia and Quebec, and I kind of want to keep it a little bit American recently, just because we have so many, and I've been doing a lot of cold cases. I want to bring some of the new ones. Genesis Ramirez, 17, missing from California. Genesis Tina Ramirez, 17, has been missing since July 19th, 2025, from Los Angeles, California. Genesis is described as having black hair and brown eyes. If you have seen her or you have her whereabouts, please contact the Los Angeles Police Department at 1-877-275-5273. I think I went through his. Okay. Is there any other, Dawn, that I'm missing? Any other groups that I should read? I don't know. See, I don't know, Avery. I go back and forth with that. I really do. Oh, sorry, God. I'm so sorry. I really do. But I noticed that some of them, I'm more concerned, like at the moment, with, I don't know if you guys know, but I kind of have pieced together Amy Fountain and Kayla Vitoli. I have connected them to one house in Illinois, and it is a substance house. But those two, I think, are connected. And we really, I don't know if you guys want me to play that or not. It's just one of my videos. And I want you guys to think, look at it and see what you think. Let me see if I can. I'll probably have to go over to YouTube to do it. But I connected those two in there. And I kind of want your opinion on what you think about it, because it is near the area. Like, one's in Dow and one is in Carlton. And yeah, it is. It is. And it is a well-known drug house. But I have connected that house to two different missing women. And I kind of don't like to play my own stuff on here. But if you really think about it, like, it's very important. Amy's family deserves answers. It's like Marissa Carmichael. I mean, it's just so sad. It is. And any of our kids could have been in any of that. So just because I know that people think, oh, my kids never would. But you know what? I lost my son to addiction. So, and it doesn't matter your profession. Look what I did for a living. And I still did. So it can get a bit much. But let me go over here and see if I can, oh, I don't know why I did here. Give me just a second, guys. And I have connected these two. And it's kind of, and if you guys have anything else on your channels that you'd like me to play, or you want to come up here and join me and play one of yours, you're more than welcome to. I have no problem with that. But this is in my videos, and it was odd because I was trying to connect those two, and these are the two. Let me go ahead and play that, but I got to share it. Yeah, I was really surprised that I had talked to locals, and these, I mean, they have agreed that, yeah, we've seen them here. So you're going to be a little surprised. But these two, I do believe, are connected.
Kayla was last seen leaving her residence in Dow, Illinois, which is located near Little Piazza Road and McCluskey Road, after an argument with her boyfriend. Kayla walked away, leaving all her belongings behind, including her phone. Kayla is a cancer survivor, and she does wear a colostomy bag. All of her needed medical supplies were also left behind. Kayla loved being on Facebook. She was on social media every single day. Kayla has not logged into her Facebook account since her disappearance. Kayla always kept in steady contact with her daughter as well as an aunt. With no word from Kayla in months, her family is absolutely terrified for Kayla's safety. This is way out of character. Family continues to stay hopeful. Someone knows something. Kayla has ties to Carlinville, Alton, and Wood River. Kayla is 39 years old. She stands 5 feet 2 inches tall and weighs 110 pounds. Her eyes are hazel, and her hair is brown, though it's dyed blonde. She has false teeth and, well, several tattoos on both arms. Her hand, legs, neck, and throat. Now, just 22 miles away, another woman, 6 months later, goes missing. Amy Fulton went missing on July 12, 2023 in Carrollton, Illinois, according to her boyfriend. Amy's mother had not seen or heard from her daughter since July 7th. According to Amy's boyfriend, Amy left on foot after a fight. He did claim that he struck Amy pretty hard. Amy's boyfriend did not report her missing until August 2nd. Linda shared, Amy was looking forward to her sobriety ahead of her. She would never go this long without talking to a family member. The last communication I had with my daughter was her telling me happy anniversary. We just want to know what really happened to Amy. So Amy went missing east of Carrollton at her boyfriend's house. She disappeared in a rural area. Shockingly, Amy allegedly left on foot without her necessary seizure medication. And Amy left without taking her phone, medication, or any possessions at all. So a tip came in that someone may have seen Amy on the 13th in a truck alive, but, that is now being investigated. Amy could call anyone, even if she didn't have her phone, because she was one of those people that memorized phone numbers instead of relying on contacts to call people. Amy would have called us by now if she was okay, I believe, says her mom, Linda. Amy was 39 years old when she disappeared. She is 5 feet tall and weighs about 140 pounds. At the time she went missing, Amy had her hair dyed black, but her natural hair color is blondish brown. Amy has notable tattoos, and she also has a distinctive tattoo near her neck that reads, "Only God can judge me." After chatting with a few locals in Dow, Illinois, more than a handful have stated to me that they have seen Kayla and Amy at one house. This isn't a normal home, but is very well known for distributing certain substances. The women were not seen together, but definitely known to frequent the same home. After researching, I realized the first flyer made by someone close to Amy had her missing from Dow, not from her area, and I have to ask, why? It's a haunting thought that 2 women vanish, 1 drug house remains, and 0 answers. Tell me your thoughts in the comments.
Yeah, it's wild. Oh, yeah, it is. It's so sad because I had placed the 2 together in that area, and both of them were vulnerable at the time. Both of them were at this house, just not together. But it's, yeah. Knowledge, I know, but don't ask. Okay, I won't. I won't. Yeah, it's a mess. Are there any other cases or any of them on your channel that you want me to play? I mean, I'll gladly do it. I don't think I really have anything on my channel you guys haven't seen. Maybe, but I mean, I doubt it. I can look, but I don't think I do. But I'll look real quick. Let's see. Maybe. I know you guys are familiar with Conrad Ashcraft, right? The little 3-year-old nonverbal autistic boy that lost his life at daycare. Do you guys know about him? If not, please reach. If any of you want to cover his case, please do. I have begged so many creators to cover him, and nobody will. Nobody will. Oh, really? Okay, Dawn. I was afraid to ask because some people are a little, okay, you guys know about Conrad. Yeah. He's 3. He was 3 years old. He got dropped off at daycare. He's nonverbal, autistic, and the daycare worker had taken his life by a 18-pound weighted blanket, and he was 21 pounds. So yeah, it's very heartbreaking, and it's at like a few towns away from me. So yeah, it's you're not? Oh, Avery. My goodness. Conrad. Okay, here, I think I have a short one. I hope I have something a little shorter to play. I know you guys are tired. I don't want to keep you up all night, but Conrad is so close to me and close to my heart. Because like I said, oh, thank you, Dawn. Yeah, Conrad. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm going to have to show you just because he's so precious. And honestly, this baby, oh my God, once you see him, oh, I don't even know. You're just gonna fall in love with him. I thought I had here he is right here, but I know you guys don't want to get into that. Let's see how long was that? Okay, it was 18 minutes. So what we'll do is I'll play this one. And if you guys get tired, just tell me to shut up. I know that my insomnia shouldn't be you guys. I want to pause this and make sure that I can play it on here though. Yeah, I didn't have it shared. This little boy has just stolen my heart. Just absolutely stolen it. I mean, I have an autistic grandson. So when I see this stuff, it just automatically just goes and I'm the same way. Anything on my channel, if you guys need watch hours, you just need something to play. And Taylor too, I've told Taylor, I know Taylor's after watch hours, but anything on here is for awareness. Nothing on my channel will ever get triggered. I don't care if it's people that don't like me. If it brings awareness, please just use it. I know I'm not the best and I mess up a lot of stuff, but when it comes to these babies, we have to stand together, even through our differences. See what neighbor says. I'll sleep. I'm sleeping in the morning. Okay. If you guys get tired and need me to just stop, just tell me. I won't take offense to it. I promise. Let me get over here. Did I add him on there? I don't think. Yeah, I did. Okay. And this is going to, well, I don't know if that was it or not. Let me stop that one and start over. But yeah, I'm warning you now. It gets a little graphic, but it's going to. I mean, he's so precious. So precious. All right. Let me make sure I have this on here. Let me add it up there. All right, let's see if that's actually going to play. I know sometimes this, I knew it was going to do this. This new StreamYard stuff is crazy. Yeah, you guys are safe to chat here as long as you guys are disrespectful to each other. Or disrespectful, as long as you're disrespectful. Now, if you guys are respectful to each other, I don't mind. And anything on my channel you want to play, go ahead. Even if it's somebody that doesn't like me, I don't care. If it brings awareness to these cases, go ahead. I mean, I'm not striking anyone at all. I promise. I just want these people to be found. Regardless, we don't have to like each other as long as you're willing to play it. Hey, I'm completely thankful that you would. But okay, I'll shut up now. Try to figure out how to put myself little again here. Okay, and trigger warning. This gets so sad. It does. It breaks my heart, but Conrad was only 3, so he deserves this. He definitely deserves this. All right, I'll shut up now. I'm rambling. Let me see if I can get past by a little. There we go. If it will play. Come on now, play.
My corner. I say my corner
Date for. Let me get past my corner and no
because you
bricks
know
and
you
stuff.
want to.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you, and let's get started.
Hey guys, I hope you can hear me okay. Mustang, can you hear me okay? I haven't been live in a. Let me get started before I go through all that nonsense. And they're going to put me behind a. Okay. I think this will work. If I didn't mess this up. Okay. Or not. Conrad Ashcraft is a 3-year-old suffocated to death in May after being held down under a weighted blanket by daycare director Tiffany Hedrick. Authorities allege in a court document. Hedrick was indicted on August 15th and charged with second-degree murder and other counts. Conrad loves swimming, pizza, and the movie Toy Story, his family said. A Missouri daycare director accused of killing a nonverbal boy with autism in her care by covering him with a weighted blanket has been indicted on a murder charge. Tiffany Hedrick, 40 years old, of Park Hills, Missouri, was indicted by a grand jury in the St. Francis County on Thursday, August 14th, in connection with the May 16th death of Conrad Ashcraft. Hedrick is charged with abuse or neglect of a child resulting in death, armed criminal action, and second-degree murder. The indictment obtained by People alleges the boy was killed by asphyxiation after Hedrick placed him and left him face down under a weighted blanket with his arms immobilized. It goes on to allege that Hedrick knowingly caused the child to suffer physical injury and that the child died as a result of the injury sustained from the conduct, and with the aid of a dangerous instrument, namely a weighted blanket. This weighted blanket weighed 18.2 pounds. Conrad was only around, I think they said he was only around like 20 pounds, 21 pounds. It's hard. It's crazy. They've changed it. They've updated it. So I want to give you guys the update. So the update is not what we expected. She had 2 other court dates and got denied bond, but as of today, let me see if it's going to let me share this one. It better let me share this one. Hmm. Today, and as you can see, it was a bond reduction order. The state appears by special prosecuting attorney Courtney Goodwin. Defendant appears in person with the attorney. Her motion for bond reduction, heard in the court, grants the motion for bond reduction. Now, this is on a murder charge. Bond reduced to $200,000 cash or surety, no 10% cash bond allowed, with special conditions of bond. But because she wasn't arrested in a timely manner, not that I'm saying that was the law enforcement's fault, because this is on the judge's hands, not on theirs. But she and the owner of the daycare have both had time to sell assets. So I'm sure this $200,000 will be easy for her. Her special conditions of bond is a GPS monitoring system with 5 hours of release. 5 hours of release. Defendant is on house arrest. Defendant may leave her residence from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. for work, court appearances, and to visit her lawyer. Defendant is reminded that a dead battery on her GPS is a violation of her bond. Defendant is to not have unsupervised contact with children under the age of 13. Okay, so here's my problem with all this. One, she has obviously been arrested for murder and child neglect by putting a weighted blanket on Conrad, 3 years old. He couldn't scream for help. He's nonverbal. And on top of all of that, now she gets to go out and work normal working hours. No big deal, right? But then her next court date isn't until January. So this woman will be able to spend all of her holidays with her family, and poor Conrad's family will sit with an empty chair and looking at gifts that I am sure they will still buy. They will spend all these holidays without their baby, but she gets to be with hers. So that's kind of the update for today. I know I didn't expect many to come in. I don't have many in here. But this is not justice. This is ridiculous. He was 3 years old. For a daycare worker to think that she could take his life, and for his poor mama to find him after he laid there for 5 hours is completely ridiculous. Now she's got an ankle bracelet, and can go to work normal 8-hour shifts and live her life until she goes to court in January. So as she spends Thanksgiving, Christmas, Halloween with her children, Conrad's parents will not. Hey Taylor, I'm so happy to see you. I did come back. I did go ahead and activate my Facebook again. I thought I was kind of done. I'm not right in that community, but I'm close. So this one kind of hits home. And having an autistic grandson definitely hits home for me. And it should for each and every one of you. Thank you, Nicole. So what this is, if you are not familiar with Conrad Ashcraft's case, here's the deal. So I have this little short that I made just to kind of grab attention, and I will go over that. But I'm also going to put the link to the other live into. I see, Doodlebug. Did you? No, I did not. Arctic, I did not see the Amber Alert. If you will send that to Facebook Messenger, I'll try to grab that real quick if you have time. If not, then I'll try in the middle. But with Conrad, the other live that I did, I'm going to put the link for that video in the description. It's not too long. I believe it's an hour. But when I do a case like this, I really want to give updates because it's so important that this baby get justice. And I'm sure you can tell by like even my tone, I'm kind of just outraged by it because small town, and I know we're going to go the route of corruption and all of that, but I really don't want to go that route. I want to try to believe that everyone's doing the right thing. But in every case, we have something that really just kind of eats at you. Well, this is one of them, and I will show that. But first, I want to go ahead and play this short for you. And while that's playing, I'm going to go ahead and look for that Amber Alert because Amber Alerts always come first. And I'm going to go ahead and play that for you right now.
Old autistic nonverbal son at his daycare. Imagine when you go to pick him up, the daycare worker says he has been napping for hours. Imagine you go to find him on a cot in a hallway, covered with an 18-pound weighted blanket over him when you know your son, your everything, your heart and soul. He only weighs 21 pounds. Imagine the panic and pain as you see he is deceased and has been for hours. Conrad Ashcraft had been deceased for hours upon his mother's arrival. The daycare worker allegedly tells police that he wouldn't nap, so she put the 18-pound weighted blanket over the top of him until he held still, and then, brace yourself, she also laid her legs over him so he couldn't move. Let's jump right into this because, well, it had been over 30 days and absolutely not one arrest.
Sorry, I was muted. I have to do that at least 2 or 3 times alive or it wouldn't be the same. Welcome, Nina. I'm so glad you could be here. I did find the Amber Alert for Idaho. I'm going to go ahead and go over that first because Amber Alerts are so important. Play this while I'm talking. His little face. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So anyway, this is not just a little boy with face on a screen. This isn't a little 3-year-old that we normally put up with a missing flyer or anything like that. This is a 3-year-old that his mama got him up for ready. You know, she had to go to work. She dropped him off at daycare and it went downhill from there. Like it didn't just go a typical day in a little 3-year-old's life. You know, you go to daycare, you get snacks, you play with other children and you enjoy yourself. For Conrad, this was a nightmare. And by nightmare, I want to go ahead and read this to you guys. Like I said, you're going to hear my voice shake a little bit because I'm not going to lie to you. I'm pissed. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in some law enforcement agencies, which I know this is still an ongoing investigation. And you know, I want so bad to believe that these officers are out there beating, you know, doing their job, they're working their butts off, and there's going to be no corruption, even though the owner of this daycare was a councilwoman. She has ties to the St. Francis County prosecuting attorney, and although they handed that information over to Jefferson County, there's still some issues. And I was afraid of that in the middle, because if you know anything about corruption in small towns, especially in Missouri, you also know that the coroner is usually right there hand in hand with the officers. There's several cases. My mother was one of them. Charlie Gum, if you're listening. Yep. Donna Elliff. Yep. That's her. Anyhow, we'll continue on because this is the neighboring town. And I don't want to see Conrad get forgotten. I don't. I can't. I just can't. Okay, so let me jump right on into this. Let's see. As you can see here, I don't know exactly where this picture is taken, but his little tilt of his head, is that not the most cutest thing? Yes, thank you, Nina. Justice for Conrad, for sure, for sure. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and read the original. Guys, this is going to be rough. I'm just going to warn you now. This is going to be rough to hear. I don't really want to put a trigger warning because I do believe if you follow true crime, you kind of expect to hear stuff. If you are sensitive to child abuse or you have some kind of trigger for you, I would ask you to step away. I mean, there's nothing like gory, but it's bad enough. This baby lost his life and he deserves his story told. So please, if you're skittish, walk away now for your own mental health and come back. I completely understand, but please share this out because apparently the like button is not working today. I don't know if this will even get in the algorithm, but I want to try it anyway. Okay, so let me go ahead and continue. Excuse me. So this is from the Missouri Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. The deputy commissioner is Kelly Jones. Mandy Yates, if you're listening, I don't know if this is the same one. I'm going to hope not. We're going to continue. This was hand delivered, sent via certified mail to Spring Gray, LLC member and registered agent. She is the owner of the Poppy's Playhouse 2, and I believe the first one too, which is still open. We'll talk about that too. So this was sent to her. Subject, immediate suspension of child care license. Now, like I said, I can go through this whole thing and I can try to skip parts, but in all honesty, this needs to be told. And if this does trigger someone, I'm sorry, because this is a baby that lost his life. A beautiful, innocent child. So, dear Miss Spring Gray, the Missouri Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, Office of Childhood records indicate that Poppy's Playhouse, LLC, a Poppy's Playhouse 2. Now, I don't know. Hi, Leslie. I'm so happy to see you. Oh, did it let you actually like? Well, maybe the likes will start working. I'm glad. Everyone was saying they wouldn't work. But this woman owns a couple daycares. One is shut down, one is open. This is the letter that she had received to lose her license for the second one, which, by the way, rumor, people I know, but I have to say allegedly in rumor, this daycare that did this, that's supposed to have lost their license, are calling a summer program in the evening, and people are still dropping their children off here. Park Hills. I know daycare's expensive. I know that it's hard at whether you're a single parent or even if you're not. I know it's hard, but think before you drop your babies off, please. If you think that your child couldn't be Conrad, you're delusional. I don't mean to be mean. I don't mean to be so forward, but this is serious. Those that are dropping their babies off there, please reconsider, or, maybe speak to that Spring Gray and tell her, hey, put some cameras up. I bet she doesn't, but she may. Everything to this point is allegedly, but these documents that I'll show you after this is a daily journal thing. So if it is alleged, then, they've put it out too. This letter's to notify Poppy's Playhouse, which is to me a very weird name for a daycare. I think that's kind of creepy. I don't know where that came from unless it was the cartoon, but Poppy's Playhouse to me is a little creepy. Says it is immediately suspending its child care license. It's suspending Poppy's Playhouse, LLC, DBA Poppy's Playhouse 2, a license because on May 16th, okay, guys, brace yourself. On May 16th, 2025, group home provider Tiffany Hedrick secluded child A, 3 years old, which is Conrad, to the hallway during nap time because he was crying and whining. Okay, as a grandmother of an autistic child. The crying and whining usually just means, hey, I'm tired. I don't feel good. I want to play. Maybe I need a snack. She didn't take it that way. I'll quit putting my part in. I'll go ahead and read this. 3 years old to the hallway during nap time because he was crying and whining. Hedrick laid child A, which is Conrad, on his stomach and trapped his arms into his tucked blanket, as well as covered child A with an additional 18.2-pound weighted blanket. I will repeat that. An additional 18.2-pound weighted blanket. Hey, Paula, thank you for joining. Haven't seen you in forever. I hope you're doing well. Okay, so he's whining and he's crying. She can't get him to nap. She puts him in a hallway on a cot. She puts an 18.2-pound weighted blanket over him. Mind you, he's 3 years old. And I would say he probably, I don't know for sure, but my guesstimate would be around 21 to 23 pounds. I don't see him weighing anything over that. He's tiny. And for my grandson at that age, he was so tiny because they're active. They're busy all the time. So she put him in the hallway at nap time because he was crying and whining. Hedrick laid child A on his stomach and trapped his arms into the tucked blanket. Now, mind you, it was a weighted blanket, as well as covered Conrad with an additional 18.2-pound weighted blanket. She held Conrad down and never checked on Conrad again until after she believed he fell asleep. None of the staff at Poppy's Playhouse 2 checked on Conrad until parent A, his mama, arrived approximately 4 hours later. 4 hours later. And found child deceased, which is Conrad. These actions demonstrate a threat of imminent bodily harm to the children in care, and that Poppy's Playhouse, LLC, is willing or unable to provide safe environment for children. Like I said, you're going to hear my voice shake a lot with this. This could be your child, your grandchild. This could be anybody. This could be any of our children. Hey, Sleuthy sweetheart. Thank you for joining. I took care of it. See, I took care of it. I fixed it. I'm so glad you could join us. Okay, so it says that it has the authority to create rules and regulations to establish standards of service and care to be rendered to children by licensed child care providers. And I'm not going to go through how all of these pursuant to sections, but it's authorized to immediately suspend a child care license if the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education finds that there is a threat of imminent bodily harm to the children in care. So Poppy's Playhouse 2 was initially licensed as a group child care home on September 1st, 2022. The license allows Poppy's Playhouse, LLC, and Poppy's Playhouse 2 to care for 20 children ages birth to 12 years from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Well, this one gets even worse, guys. So like I said, if you have a trigger to, who doesn't have a trigger to child abuse? But if it's that bad, please step away for your own mental health. It's not getting any better here. On May 18th, 2025, OOC received a complaint allegation that on May 16th, Conrad, 3 years old, did not want to take a nap, and the group home provider, Tiffany Hedrick, placed her legs on Conrad's back. On Conrad's back as she put him to sleep and suffocated him. Staff members did not check on Conrad for 4 to 5 hours. Conrad was found deceased at pickup by his mother. Now I'm adding where it says parent A. I know this is fact. It was his mother. What do you guys think so far? I'm going to have to get a drink and take a little pause just to gather myself. You guys give me your thoughts in chat. please. Disgusting. It's beyond disgusting. It's if she for one person to have been a councilwoman, to have worked for a prosecuting attorney's office, I mean, it's unreal. But I'm going to show all of this. It needs to be seen, and I want you guys, if there's any bigger creators out there that are willing to take this on, take it, take this and run. Just please do it with respect. This family has been through just pure hell, and I beg you, as any other creators that hear this, if you want to take this case on or even show Conrad's face, please do. Keep it out there because in these small towns, and I know these little counties, if we let this go silent, he won't get his justice. He just won't. Now, I'm not saying that every officer's bad because obviously I back the blue, but at the same time, I can only back the blue so far. I'm trying so hard to not put a conspiracy thing or a guess or even what I think may happen. I'm just reading what's factual, and this is a factual document. And then we're going to go over the Daily Journal, which is more factual information. And then I'll show you the post with the rumors and how the family got treated, and I'll let you guys decide. But if any of you know any of the larger creators, Arctic, maybe even Duchess, I think Duchess, Nicole, I think you guys would rock it too. Any of the creators with some compassion, I would just be honored to give you everything I know about this. I mean, anything that you need, I will pretty much just hand this stuff to you if you will cover it because Conrad deserves justice. And I'll quit rambling and move on here. Thank you for the hearts, guys. And if the family is watching, I'm sure they're so appreciative of this. Okay, so Compliance Inspection Supervisor Melissa Smith interviewed member Spring Gray, owner of the daycares. Gray provided the following information. And here we go. Child A went down for a nap. Group home provider Tiffany Hedrick was rubbing his back and had her legs draped across him. Mind you, he's 22 pounds. Around 4:20 to 4:30 p.m., a staff, she's not sure who, ran over to Poppy's Playhouse, etc., which is ETC, a separate licensed facility located next door to Poppy's Playhouse 2, where she, Spring Gray, was, and said they had an emergency. She ran over, started chest compressions, and started the AED machine. She then had someone call 911, but she wasn't sure who called. Hedrick was already gone from the facility by this time. So Hedrick was the daycare worker, and Spring Gray is the owner. So Hedrick actually left her shift. I don't know if you guys have ever worked in daycare. I haven't. If any of you have, does it work that way? Like, do they give each other report on how the children were that day, or do they just walk in, clock out, whatever? I mean, I'm not sure how that works. So if you guys know how that works, please let me know. She's not sure what time Hedrick left the facility. So apparently, Mrs. Hedrick didn't even check on any of those babies before she left. Now, mind you, Conrad had been laying there for, I think it said 4 hours, several hours at least. So you put a baby down, you do all of that, you don't check on him? And I know that it's rumored that she had said that, the parents said that when he's down for a nap, don't wake him up because he gets crabby. They didn't mean just let him sleep, and if he would pass away, just leave him there. I can't imagine how that's anybody's logic. I know I hate to put it that way, but I mean, I can't think of anything in a good way to do it. Absolutely negligence. At least negligence. Just the idea that she didn't check on this baby for 4 hours is negligence alone. And there's no arrest. That's why I'm having such a fit and I'm so shook up. It's been over 30 days. I believe it's like 37, 38 days now. And no arrest at all. Now, I'm not saying that law enforcement isn't doing their job. I'm not saying that they're not building one hell of a case. I'm not saying that because I don't know. All I'm telling you is from an outsider looking in, I expect more. I want more from this, whether it's Jefferson County, St. Francis County, it doesn't matter. Why has there been no arrest? Oh, you can't hear me? Is that better, Paula? Can you guys hear me? Paula can't hear me. Did my mic mess up? Please let me know. Paula, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Oh, okay. All right. Thank you for joining, Jamie. I'm so glad to see you here. Okay. Sorry, guys. I never know if it's me or if, because YouTube's been crazy today. But anyway, my whole thing in this is there hasn't been an arrest. And it's been 37, 38 days. And I know that's going to take time to get a good case. But you know what? Negligence is negligence. There's no way they're going to tell me that there's no reason to at least charge one with negligence. I don't understand, but I'll keep reading this because, like I said, I will go back and forth. It's man, this just hits home. Not only is this a neighboring community, it's like, wow, how many people send their kids there? And if they're still sending these babies there, I mean, I guess us as the public can do nothing about that. It's a parent's choice. But I don't even know why she has either one of them open. You know, if she lost her license on this one, why does she deserve to have the other one? Paula says, when did it become okay to hold a child down to force them to sleep? Well, other parents that have dropped their kids off at the same daycare have decided to pull their kids out before because they would see that they would restrain children to chairs to feed them. Like it wasn't like they were eating, they would just restrain them in chairs. But not quote, and this is in quotes, and this is allegedly, but this is a recorded call that one of the parents just felt the need to record this conversation and ask them why they were laying their legs on these babies and restraining them. And allegedly, they said it's not all the kids, not the normal kids, just those kind of kids. That alone is enough to blow a top for me. What do you mean normal? Are you telling me autistic children aren't normal children? I'm going to need her to explain to me, like face to face. Today would be nice. Anyway, so around 4:20, 4:30, a staff, she's not sure, ran over to Poppy's Playhouse, the other facility where She Gray was at, and she said they had an emergency. She ran over, started chest compressions, got the AED machine. She then had someone call 911, but she wasn't sure who it was. Hedrick was already gone from the facility by this time. She's not sure what time Hedrick left the facility. They don't clock in and out. I'm sure she would know. Exactly, Arctic. Exactly. Might as well take it to her. She's opening a daycare. Wow. Okay. I just don't get it. I don't know. Unless those people are in power too. Unless those people, I'm not even going to get into it. She does not know what time the children went down for a nap and is not sure if anyone checked on Child A. Now, this is the owner. She does not know what time the children went down for a nap, and she has no idea if anyone has checked on Conrad. All right, then. But one of her staff, Caitlin Todd or Reagan Duncan, told her that Parent A told them to never wake up child from a nap because Child A gets cranky. Okay, I understand that because they are active all the time. And when they lay down, they usually just fall out to go to sleep because they are so active. But for them to even say that, that is ridiculous. Never one time has a mother said, well, if my kid goes to sleep for 4 hours, don't wake him. I can check on my kids without waking them. I'm pretty sure you guys can too. So that is complete lies to me. That is excuses. I don't care if the mom said don't wake him up because he gets cranky. You're still supposed to check on him. And if you know for a fact that your facility is laying your legs over babies with weighted blankets, I'm pretty sure you might want to make that priority to check on those kids. Yeah, exactly. And I'm hoping that's one of the charges. I do. I really hope that one of those charges is abuse against a child with a disability. Even though I don't know that this is a disability, I'm not sure how bad the autism is with Conrad, but I can tell you, for a grown-ass woman to put an 18-pound blanket on a 20 to 22-pound baby and her legs because he wouldn't nap, no. Come try that crap with me. Somebody your own size. One of her staff, I just read that. Child A is Conrad. Conrad also laid his head down at lunch, but that was not like him. Okay. Someone else told her that Conrad had diarrhea that morning, twice within 5 minutes of each other. Well, I mean, okay, he had diarrhea that morning. Every more reason to check on him. Hi, Barb. Thank you. I'm glad you could join. It's okay. The fact that he had diarrhea that day, twice in 5 minutes, and put his head down, don't you think that's every more reason to check on him? But no, let's not wake him because mom said no. I'm not buying it. See that right there? She's not making sense to me. The facility's practice is for staff to cuddle children who are having a hard time falling asleep. If that's cuddling, hell no, I'll pass. But she does not know if staff put their legs over children regularly. Well, now hold on, Miss Gray, because the recorded conversation with the parent, you told the parent, and I have my quote fingers up, we don't do this to all the kids, not the normal kids, just this kind, and even pointed at an autistic child and gave that other parent that autistic child's name. That alone is not okay. Just not okay. And you know what? It gets worse. It gets worse. So on May 19th, Compliance Inspector Jessica Graham observed a video interview of group home provider Tiffany Hedrick conducted on May 16th by law enforcement. Graham observed Hedrick discussing the following. Hedrick reenacted the incident with Conrad. Conrad was being difficult at night at nap time by crying and whining, as every 3-year-old child does. Hedrick first laid Conrad on his back and tucked the sides of his personal blanket under his body. Now, I'm guessing, so then he had 2 blankets? I'm not sure. When she says his personal blanket, I wonder, did he bring a blanket to daycare? Or do they just have one there for him? And is that personal blanket the weighted one? Trapping his arms, but child A kept moving, so Hedrick turned him over onto his stomach. This is sick. So when that didn't work, that she had his arms down, tucked in a blanket, held him down, that didn't work. So she's going to flip him over now, where he's face down, and see if that'll work, right? Paula says, if he just laid his head down and went to sleep, why was there? Well, no, he didn't. He just felt tired. Like they were explaining that, like he had diarrhea with it 2 times within 5 minutes. And at lunch, he kind of put his head down on the table a little bit. But then come nap time is when he didn't want to take a nap. Exactly, Arctic. An 18-pound blanket along on a child that small is a recipe for disaster. Yeah, can you imagine? So say you weigh 100 pounds and someone comes in with an 85-pound weighted blanket and puts that on top of you and then their legs on top of that. I mean, that's no. The blanket. Okay, here we go. This explains it. See, I kind of waited to read all of this because I wanted to read it with you. But let me go back and see what you guys are saying in chat because I can't see you while I'm reading that. Paula says, I agree, Arctic. That was almost as much as he weighed. Yes, absolutely. Guys, chat it up. Let me know how you feel so far. I want you guys to feel included in this because, oh my goodness, it gets so much worse. And what would you do if this were your child? First, let's start with that. Because I can tell you, Conrad's mom has even asked that no one protest. Now, this has been in the beginning, but she said, nobody aggravate this lady. Nobody bothered the daycare. Nobody protest outside of it. Let's do this right. And that shows me that, they have a lot of respect. They do. They have a lot of respect, even for law enforcement. They didn't want this to be about anything but Conrad. So I respect them so much for that. But now that the Uvalde, did I say that right, Arctic? Uvalde. I always mess it up, and I'm so sorry if you're listening. I will get this right. But now that they're involved, there will be a protest, and I have all the information about that. But it's going to be peaceful. It's nothing like you see on TV. This is just a wonderful foundation that will fight for every child, and I'm in awe with it. I mean, really, even they actually messaged me their commercial for what you will see for Conrad's Law, and they're going to let me play it today. They sent a little message about what they were doing with the protest, and I can read that today. So and you know me, like I'm a nobody. So for them to do that and send that to me, their heart's in it for Conrad for sure. And I think they'll fight for any child. So that's definitely a foundation we need on our child's side for sure. All right. I had to take a little break there. I was getting a little choked up. And I feel so okay. Yeah. Uvalde. Uvalde. Okay. Thank you, Arctic. You guys know I'm not great with words, but I sure try. Okay. We'll go back over here and I'll finish this. Okay, so she laid Conrad on his back, tucked the sides of his personal blanket under his body, trapping his arms, but Conrad kept moving, so she turned him over onto his stomach, trapping his arms, but Conrad kept moving. So Hedrick turned child A, Conrad, over onto his stomach. She then again tucked the blanket under Conrad's body, trapping his arms under the blanket. She covered Conrad's body as well as over half of his face with an 18.2-pound weighted blanket. Where are the arrests? Where is the arrest? That's negligence alone. That's child abuse. No, he was nonverbal autistic, Paula. So he couldn't even scream for help. And that's why I'm all kinds of, I mean, I'm sure you can tell my voice. Like, this is so hard, but needs to be done. Like, his story needs told. And if I have to go live every day and tell a story, I'll do it. I mean, we can't let it go. We just can't. Yeah, it's so sad, Paula, to think that he couldn't even yell for help. But he was whiny. So, nope, I'm not buying it. Nope. So the blanket did not belong to Conrad, but instead was a blanket that belonged to the facility. Hedrick secluded Conrad to the hallway and held Conrad down by placing her legs over his legs. Okay, so what we're seeing here is that, in my opinion, she knew what she had done. She put him in the hallway on a cot, covered him with this blanket, and what, in my opinion only, this is allegedly, I could be completely wrong. I hope I'm wrong. And Tiffany, if you're listening, come on up here with me and explain. If you hear me and I'm wrong, correct me. Don't do it on Facebook. Don't do it like that. Come up here woman to woman. If you're listening, and I hope you are, come up here and explain. And I will be completely respectful and I will listen to you 100%. But you also have to agree to listen to me. The hallway had been Conrad's typical napping spot for the past month. Okay, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she didn't put him in the hallway so nobody could see. And if I'm wrong, I'll admit that I'm wrong. But to me, this is looking like she knew what she had done. Yeah, Arctic, anytime. I was going to ask you if you wanted to dual stream today, but I didn't know if you were busy. But if you want to go over this, and I'll join you on panel. I just need this out there. I need his story out there to anyone and everyone in a respectful creator. You don't have to like me. I don't have to like you. But if you have a big platform and you're willing to help this baby, help him. If you need information, I'll get it. I mean, I'll hand the case to you if you guys will go over it for sure. Jamie says they had one that was 22 pounds, but threw it away when the others got thrown out. I did see something about that. I'm not positive where all that came from, Jamie. But yeah, I did see something about that. And like I said, this right here is a document, so I know this is truth. When we start getting into the Facebook stuff, it could be rumor. It's all allegedly. But this is, I mean, I'll show you. This is the document right here. The Missouri Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. So I know this is factual. But Jamie, whenever we start getting into the Facebook stuff, I mean, feel free, throw it in chat, and then I'll give you an opportunity. If anybody wants to come up, you can. Tiffany, if you're listening, I would love for you to come up here. I don't know that you can. I mean, you're probably under investigation, but if I'm wrong, please explain, because a lot of people would like to know why that's okay and why you felt that was okay. But I'll continue. Okay. On May 19th, Graham observed as an in-person interview of Conrad's parent conducted by law enforcement. Graham observed parents discussing the following. Parent A was the one who found Conrad. So it's Conrad's mom. Yeah, it might have been an article. I couldn't find that, but yeah, I did see that, Jamie. I really did. It says when Conrad's mom arrived to pick him up, he was now, guys. Like I said, here's your trigger warning because it gets bad. But this is what this mom's dealing with, and I'm not just going to cut this part out because every time someone says, "Well, I haven't heard from the mom," where's the mom? You deal with what I'm about to read, and you tell me why she's quiet. I mean, really, and the dad and family. I mean, this is horrible. Horrible. This is beyond grief. This is nightmare. Okay, so when Conrad's mom picked him up, he was stiff, cold, and his legs were purple. Like I said, this is bad. Staff still didn't call 911 at this point. Let me reread this. Conrad's mom was the one who found him. When Conrad's mom arrived to pick him up, he was stiff, cold, and his legs were purple. Staff still didn't make the 911 call at this point, but ran right next door to get Spring before calling 911. Why the hell did you run to get the owner and not call 911? And don't come at me with no frozen shock face bullshit because I am not dealing with that. I'm not hearing no more of that. Parent A never gave permission to use a weighted blanket, nor did she provide a weighted blanket to be used on Conrad. Well, I guess not. I mean, wow, he was only 3. On May 19, C.J. Graham listened to an audio interview of caregiver Reagan Duncan conducted on the 16th by law enforcement. Graham heard Duncan discussing the following. Duncan never checked on Conrad on the afternoon of May 16th. Conrad and his cot were in the hallway across from the bathroom. Duncan walked over to wake up child A when parent arrived and noticed that his legs looked weird, like bruised. Oh, for heaven's sakes. Conrad's mom removed the blanket from Conrad. The blanket was up over the back of Conrad's head. Again, where is the arrests? What are we waiting on now? We have negligence. It's right here in this. I mean, they've discussed it. They've talked about it. Where on May 19th, Graham listened to an audio interview of caregiver Caitlin Todd conducted on May 16th, 2025 by law enforcement. Graham heard Todd discussing the following. Todd arrived at the facility at 2 p.m. and saw Conrad in the hallway thinking he was asleep, but she never checked on Conrad. When Todd arrived, Conrad had a weighted blanket over his body and over half of his face. Duncan had told her that Conrad, a cranky little boy, if woken up, they should wait and let the parents wake him when she arrived. See, Jamie says, because they knew he was gone as soon as he stopped wiggling and tried to cover it up as using the blanket. I think you're right. I think that once this was done, she realized what happened and she got the hell out of there and left it for the next worker to come in and then for Conrad's parents. That's cold. That is a... Hedrick was with Conrad at nap. Nap time starts at 12:30 p.m. Nap time starts at 12:30 p.m. His mother found him at 4:30. So he lay there for 4 hours and she had to find him in rigor mortis. Purple. This baby, her whole world, her heart and soul, in the hands of a daycare like this. And Jamie says, and she has children of her own. Well, yes, Dinky, it is. Thank you so much for joining, Dinky. I'm so happy to see you here. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing better. So C.J. Graham listened to an audio interview of caregiver, I guess that's Kaya Lyons, conducted on May 19th. Hedrick was with Conrad at the nap. Oh, I just read that. I'm sorry. Nap time was at 12:30. Lyons left work at 2 o'clock and had not checked on Conrad before leaving. Based on the facts above, OOC determined that Poppy's Playhouse and Poppy's Playhouse 2 violated the following licensing rules. And of course, we're going to get the whole, all of this childcare personnel should be good at, good choice of character, blah, blah, blah. But let's move on because all of this stuff that they're putting on here, I've seen no arrest. Nothing. I would like to know, How do you do this? How do you go 37, 38 days with nothing? Now, there is a little confusion because this happened in St. Francis County. The owner being a councilwoman, we automatically, everyone, even in the surrounding counties where I am, knew immediately. Oh no, she's she's got a little bit of power. That's got to go. We've got to do something because we see this so much. We do. Well, she is no longer. She resigned. They didn't fire her. She resigned. They ended up not having a public board meeting the second night because she decided to resign. She shouldn't have a right to resign. Resigning means that you can go and you can be elected for office. I think that's unacceptable. I don't think she should have resigned. I think they should have pushed her ass out and kept her out, or she can't come back. I mean, yeah, exactly, Paula. 3-year-olds don't take a 4-hour nap. I know for a fact, not autistic ones, because my grandson, good luck. He's down for 20 minutes. It's a power nap. He's ready to go again. I mean, it's crazy. It's heartbreaking. So many of these children, and there's still people dropping their kids off there for summer program. What? No, not mine. So this right here says that, they had 10 days to hold a hearing regarding the immediate suspension of the license. Well, she did lose the license for that, for one, but she still has another one open. So I'll get this off here. And let me go ahead and play this little thing as I'm talking. Well, yeah, here we go. That's the owner there with the red hair. It's crazy. It's like, what would you do if this were your child? And I mean the legal way. I know we all want to say, I'd go take care of it on my own, blah, blah, blah. But, in all reality, we know if you have other children, you can't just do that. And 2 wrongs don't make a right, even though you feel like it would. So it's, you can see here in this little video, this is the visual, and that's outside the daycare because I have to say this visual was the most heartbreaking. It was the most heartbreaking visual I'd ever been to. As you can see, like right here this is outside the daycare. And the mom actually said she wanted the visual there so that every time that they had to pull in that driveway, they could see what they had done to her son. That shows the strength of just how she is and how genuine and how loving this mother is. She's not done anything. She hasn't threatened anybody. She has held silent. She's fought for her children, and she's trying to be brave for her other 2 sons. So much respect for this mother. Like, I cannot say that I have the strength that this mother has. The mom says, hey, have the visual there and let them see what they've done to him. And I loved that idea, even though that had to just completely tear her apart, the mom and the dad. But they chose to do that. And I have so much respect for them. I really, really do. I always mess that up. There we go. Now, this background here that you see, this is actually on Conrad's Facebook page. I had her name written down. I will go over his page a little bit because I do. If you guys are interested in following the page, please do. They give updates as much as they can. They're grieving. Like, they're just grieving. They don't know what to do. They're just trying, they're just trying to take another breath. And the mom, she's really just trying to be there for her other children. So I don't know that she's had time really to grieve. And as a parent that knows grief, I will keep her in my prayers, and I hope that you guys will too. Jamie says they acted out what happened to the detective and admitted they used those techniques on top of several violations. Right. So why, do we know why the second daycare is still open? She owns them. Is it a director? They each have a different director. I would love to know that. Hopefully someone in that community. I know there's more than just you, Jamie, that's listening, that's from that community, but guys, if you are listening and you're in the bushes, come in here and chat. It's a safe place. Really, give me your thoughts. I could very well be wrong about this. And if I am, please explain to me how, and we'll talk about it. But as far as I'm seeing, I mean, this is gone. Oh, mm-mm. Okay. So instead of me rambling and going on and on, let me just go ahead and mute myself just for a second so I can get a drink, and then I'll read this other thing from the local newspaper. All right. Up we have Charlotte. Thank you for joining, Charlotte. There definitely needs to be an arrest. Yes, absolutely. Let me bring this up here. Yes, I agree. I definitely agree. Hey, Mikey, thank you for joining. If there's anyone in that community, like I said, that you guys are just listening and you don't feel like, it's a safe place to chat, come in here and chat with me. I mean, I have questions too. And I feel like even being a neighboring county to this, it affects everyone. This is heartbreaking for everyone, whether it was your baby or not. It's sad. Super, super sad. Okay. Mikey. You at work, Mikey? All right. So the next thing I'm going to show you, well, I could go down to the U Uval Uvalde. Sorry if I say that wrong. I'm really trying with this. Uvalde. I'm going to show you their message. Let's see. All right. Okay. So what I'm going to show you is their message from I guess he may be the founder, but I do know he is with the Uvalde Foundation, and he did say I could use his commercial that when it goes on TV that you won't see like all the little watermarks on there, but he just kind of, oh well, good, stay cool. I know it's got to be super hot. It's like 100 degrees here. But this foundation is amazing. I mean, this is the foundation that will come in and help with like school shootings, stuff like that. They do protest. They do like a fasting protesting. They fight for children. They do. Charlotte says, I drive by that daycare that isn't closed. It needs closed. I sat in the funeral traffic and just cried my eyes out. And I don't know that family, but my heart hurts for them. Same with me. I don't know the family either. I don't. I have no idea who they are, and they don't know who I am. And they don't have to. Because when an innocent baby loses their life, it's everyone's problem. This is a loss to everyone. It is. It's a heartbreaking loss. And it can't just be swept under the rug. And I'm seeing patterns over and over. And I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to say this is corruption. I don't want to say that. I want to think that they are doing their job, because if anybody knows me, y'all don't know me, but if you do, some of you do, I will back the blue in most everything. But I need some confirmation here that because she was a councilwoman and worked for the prosecuting attorney's office at one point, I need some kind of confirmation that this isn't, because it's looking that way. And I will show you why in just a minute. Well, actually, let me just go ahead and show you why now, because you'll understand why that I'm just so pissed today. I mean, I'm just pissed at this. Oh, I've lost my spot. I'll have to go back and look. I'm sorry, guys. But so the gist of this is the aunt went to if I can find that real quick, let me find it. The most of it is the aunt went over there to get the memorial stuff, like I was just saying, that was at the daycare. So the aunt goes over there to pick it up because she gets a message saying, hey, you know what? They want all of Conrad's memorial stuff off this corner. She wants it all off here. Well, they have to obey. Yep, Dinky, I agree. If it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. Maybe. I mean, I'm with you with this. But what it is, like I said, Conrad's aunt got a message saying, hey, she don't want this memorial at the daycare anymore. Come and get the stuff, which we did have some really bad storms. We had some tornadoes in the area. So I guess, they're like, okay, they don't want it there. We're going to pick it up. She no sooner gets back home and she gets a message from someone saying, hey, you forgot something, and she wants it off there. Okay, so the aunt goes back to get the rest of whatever she forgot out of respect, trying to keep peace. She gets there, and guess who is there to see her? Spring Grape, the owner. And I got to find that post for you so I can get that part right, because I want to make sure that I'm right on what she says and what the aunt says. I just had this on here. While I'm on this page, though, let me share this. Well, maybe if it'll let me. Oh, come on. Okay, let me come back over here and share this. If you would like to follow Conrad's page, please do. It's just a Facebook group, but you know, they could use all the support that they can get, honestly. I couldn't imagine this mama. I just can't. But what I'm doing is I'm kind of looking over here. I'm not really showing my screen because I'm on Facebook and I don't want to show a lot of people's stuff. So that's what I'm doing right at this minute. But let me play this again so you guys can see Conrad's face as I'm searching for what I'm looking for. Okay, guys, I've almost found it. I don't really want to just like show things that I shouldn't, that people don't want shown on here, but you know, it's public, I know, but I don't want to like push something that's a private thing. But I do want to go over Conrad's Law with you too. So don't let me forget, guys. I'm everywhere. I'm squirreling today because this is just so heartbreaking. It is. It's unreal. Unreal. Let's see. Oh, is that it? Maybe. Shit. Well, guys, I am trying. What I'm looking for is whenever she got there and Spring was there, she had actually called Conrad's mom a little bitch and said that the autopsy report was back and that the mom had given him too much medication and it was on her. I could not believe that. And that's why I want to find that so I can show you guys. Because what? If that were the case, and let me play devil's advocate for just a moment. If that were the case and say it was a medicine thing and it was an accident, okay. But it would have happened as soon as he got there because mama dropped him off. So what are they? How were they going to do that? And let's talk about the most important part about this. How the heck would she know what the results of toxicology or the autopsy results were when the family hasn't even received them? How would she know that? If in fact the autopsy comes back that it was like a medicine deal or whatever, then Spring Gray, that right there shows me corruption. That's abuse of power. So the aunt asked her where she got this information, and she says Dudley, which is the St. Francis County prosecuting attorney that she worked for years. And I don't know if she worked for him, but she worked for the prosecuting attorney at some point, allegedly. So if that were true, you're telling me that she would get the results before family? That has a huge corruption symbol on it. I mean, let's be real. But now the aunt did. She did. She went and emailed him. She emailed Dudley and it's like, hey, what's up? Well, how would she know this stuff? We don't even know this stuff. I'm still looking, guys. There's so much because you know they're just trying so hard. I just had this. Ugh. But anyway, yeah. So if in fact that autopsy comes back and it says something in toxicology with medicine, I believe if the mother would have done that, it would have been an accident. And if that's the case, he would have passed earlier in the day. So whatever kind of line of crap she's trying to pull over on this family, is that really how you act toward family of a deceased child in your care facility? Charlotte says, I will say Deloge, Park Hills, Farmington, and many more stand with this family. The funeral was filled with so many people. It was amazing. It was. There are so many justice for Conrad painted on cars. Everywhere. And it's good to see, but at the same time, I don't understand where she got that information of autopsy report. Even her son talking to the family like, "Oh, you guys don't know what you're talking about. It's not my mom's fault. You wait until toxicology comes back and his mom can go to prison." Who the hell says that? And honestly, Spring, your son is a teenager and what? He fights your battles? So you guys only what? You only battle with 3-year-olds? What's up with that? I'm sorry, I have questions. And if you're listening, please join me. Come up here. Let's talk about it. Because these people need answers. And I just can't let this go hush hush. I can't do it. This is a 3-year-old's life lost at the hands of someone else. I can't. I can't do that. I just had that whole conversation and now I cannot find it. Ugh. But that was I'm gonna keep looking, but the most of it, like I said, what it is, the whole thing is really is that she's saying the autopsy's back and everybody's going to be really surprised because it's a medical deal. It's toxicology, that it was nothing to do with that facility. Well, okay, Spring. And if just an FYI, because this was a little bit older, the autopsy did come back. It took quite a while, and the autopsy come back that he died from suffocation from that weighted blanket. That's exactly what it came back as. So Spring Gray and her son made up all that nonsense, calling his mother a little bitch at a that is so disrespectful, knowing that one of her own very workers did this, and Tiffany allowed that. That was procedure in her daycare. To this day, Tiffany has not been, or Tiffany, not, I'm sorry, Spring. Spring Gray owns this. Spring Gray put that in her policies for them to do. She was completely fine with the fact that they were using these weighted blankets and doing this to these non-normal children. So that's how far that has come. So when you finish this, like when you go through the rest of this, just know that everything that they said was wrong. Absolutely everything. All they did was make that up, and I'm not even sure why they made that up, knowing they were going to get caught. But criminals are not the best. They're not the most intelligent. That's true, and I'm going to play devil's advocate. If that's true, I'd like to know why the hell you got that information instead of the family first. And second, if this is transferred from St. Francis County to Jefferson County, why the hell would Jefferson County give you any information? You shouldn't have any kind of personal information about him. None. What you should have is a court date to say how you feel or what you think happened, but you should not have results. And to talk about his parent like that, to call Conrad's mom a bitch, are you serious? Are we in high school? Because I can remember high school and all that little petty shit, but come on, who are we trying to fool here? So the aunt did message the prosecuting attorney, Dudley, for San Francisco County, and she asked him plainly, is the autopsy back? Is toxicology back? And how would Spring Gray know anything about Conrad's case? And he sends her back. He has not spoken to Spring. He has nothing to do with this case. It's not a St. Francis County case. They transferred it to Jefferson County, and that he has zero to do with this. And you know what? I hope that is 100% true. I do. I absolutely do. For Conrad, I hope. I really hope. Brutally says, I will say I worked for San Francisco County. So I was really hoping that the same people, the same genuine people that I worked with wasn't going the wrong direction. And I was very thankful to hear that San Francisco County absolutely did not say that, because I was starting to really lose. I was like blowing my top here. I was like, oh no, we're not doing this. We are not doing this. The caretaker have given him some medicine and thought it wouldn't show. Then they could blame mom. I mean, I'm not sure what they're doing. I'm not sure. But I can tell you this. The fact that they didn't check on him from 12:30 to 4:30 alone is negligence. It just is. And if his toxicology comes back that there's medication, they better be able to prove that medication came through that morning, and I want to know why, if it did, why it was later in the day that they noticed anything, any kind of difference in him, because that goes against what they're saying. Okay, Arctic, let me check. Tell me what you think, guys. I mean, just say how you feel. This is not one of those we're going to be, all iffy and watch our words. So I'm curious. You guys tell me, like, what do you think about this? Really, I mean, what do you think about this whole thing? Do you think it's small town corruption? Do you think, 'cause see what it is San Francisco County. This happened in San Francisco County. But because Spring Gray is a councilwoman and has donated money to elections to some of these judges, and she worked for the prosecuting attorney, San Francisco County, as they should, automatically said, nope, we're washing our hands of this. We're sending this to Jefferson County, as they did. But their court is now in San Francisco County because a Supreme Court judge took over. The Supreme Court judge has now released Tiffany on a bond where she gets to stay at home with her family all these holidays. She had Halloween, she had Thanksgiving, she's going to have Christmas, and she's going to have New Year's before she goes to court. While Conrad's family has nothing but an empty chair. Tell me your thoughts. What do you think? I mean, sounds like corruption to me. Interesting. That's right next to Fredericktown. These are all places in Fredericktown. And I have a video. In my videos, you'll see the town next to that, which is small town corruption. And that's Washington County. And I can go on and on about that county. These small towns really need to get their crap together. I mean, I'm not doing it. This is a child that lost his life. I'm not doing it. I'm not holding my words today. Okay, let's see. Arctic may have found my post for me. There it is. Awesome. Thank you, Arctic. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let me get back over here. Okay. Okay, here it is. Get that off there. Okay, it says after, can you guys see that? Make sure I think I still have my other thing up. Let me remove this first. Oh, I think you can see it. Okay. Good deal, good deal. Now you can't. Oh my goodness, I'm everywhere today. All right, we'll try it again. Okay, here it is. So it says, after taking the memorial stuff down, I was informed that there was something left up at the daycare from the memorial that I didn't get. So I went down there to see what it was and to pick it up. I had my daughter get out and grab it, and Spring proceeds to come out of the building, informing us that she just bought that with her money and put it back. Addison put it back, and then Spring decided she was going to have a conversation with me. She said that she never said anything about the memorial having to be down, and that Tara, Conrad's mom, was a little bitch, and that she gave Conrad too much medication, and that's how he died. And if that is true about Tiffany smothering him, that she should be in prison. That we requested a private autopsy. I really hope the family did. I did say to family, hey, Nina. Yes, Stinky, it's terrible. It is. It is horrible. So where was that? I'm squirreling today. She said that she never said anything about the memorial having to be taken down, that Tara, Conrad's mom, was a little bitch, and that she gave Conrad too much medicine, and that's how he died. And if it is true about Tiffany smothering him, that she should be in prison, and that we requested a private autopsy. I did give, the first day that I heard about this, I did advise the family to get a private autopsy. I don't know if they did. I told them they definitely need to get an independent autopsy. I know for a fact that's very important. I wish I would have done that with my mother. I did not. So they requested the private autopsy, and also that she had been informed by Blake Dudley, that's St. Francis County prosecuting attorney Blake Dudley himself, that a toxicology report as well as the autopsy report has came back, and that he informed her of the results of those reports. If that's true, if what we just saw, we're seeing here is true, that right there is corruption. That is a San Francisco County prosecutor
lies. This is all
giving
lies.
information to someone that used to work for him and used to be a councilwoman. Just right. Well, when this happened, she was a councilwoman. And why the hell would he have any information on what Jefferson County should have taken care of? If that is true, there's your proof of corruption right there. I spoke with the receptionist at Blake Dudley's office, and she informed me that no such documents would even go through that office. I hope not. I really, really hope not. Because it's a conflict of interest, and the Jefferson County prosecutor has taken over the case, like we all now know. She said that he would not say anything to Spring about the reports. I asked to speak with him personally, but she informed me that he was unavailable at the moment. Well, we all know how that works, don't we, Barbara Hall? Yep, he's not available. He's just not available today. But she would give him my number to call me back. Still waiting on that phone call. And you will. And just to make things clear, we have not received any information regarding the autopsy report or anything. So she is either making all this up to spread rumors to make herself look better, or if Blake Dudley is giving her information, then there is some serious prosecutorial misconduct going on. Absolutely. But if you go through here, she does show, it may not be in this one, it's in another, but she does show the emails. So if you guys want to see those, you can check that out on their Facebook page. They also have a Conrad's Law, and I wanted to show you that too. The latest developments, I can go ahead and read that, but it's kind of the same thing that I was saying earlier, because they're just kind of going over the fact that, what's going on and the updates, which really there isn't any. I mean, there isn't much of an update at all. I wish there were more, but this is the Daily Journal, and this is the local newspaper, and it just lets them know that on June 16th, the Missouri Supreme Court authorized the temporary transfer of the Honorable Joseph A. Rathert to the official court reporter from the 23rd Judicial Court in Jefferson County to the 24th Judicial Court in St. Francis County. Judge Rathert will now preside over the wrongful death suit filed by Conrad Ashcraft's mother, Tara Williams, at Poppy's Playhouse. And the dad also has his own against them, which they should. Absolutely should. Do they want money? No, they want justice. But, for some reason, you want to rattle some chains, you start digging in their pocketbooks. It seems to get their attention. It's sad. It's a sad reality. It just is. And they talk about how the death investigation continues. The license status, one's open, one is closed. That's it. That's how far we've come in like 37, 38 days, which is heartbreaking alone. I mean, really, really it is. I do want to show you now this Uvalde Foundation. Now, this is the foundation that I was telling you about earlier. I don't know if I can share. I might be able to share this. I hope I can. Yeah, I think I can. Okay. I don't know. I might be able to make it a little bit bigger. Nope, not going to let me. Okay. So, up here, there's the law. If I can click on that, it might bring it up. Okay. Let me know if there's sound. I usually struggle with sound when I play anything on here. I'm not sure why. So please let me know how the sound is, and I'll mute first before I play it.
Wish is sometimes a parent's greatest wish is simply to know their child is safe and cared for. What if every daycare could offer not just care, but true peace of mind? Conrad's Law was born from heartbreak, the memory of little Conrad Ashcraft, whose life was lost far too soon. For families in Missouri, this law could mean no parent has to face that pain again. The Uvalde Foundation for Kids is leading the way, turning grief into action and hope. They're calling for every licensed daycare in Missouri to install video and audio monitoring, so no child's voice goes unheard and no moment is missed. For parents, that means more transparency and a little less worry in their hearts. For children, it means a safer, more loving environment to grow and learn. But Conrad's Law is about more than just cameras and screens. It's about raising the standard for every caregiver, with better training and deeper understanding, especially for those caring for neurodivergent and special needs children. Because every child deserves a caregiver who truly sees them, who understands their fears, their hopes, and their strengths. Thousands have already spoken up, signing a petition to support Conrad's Law, hoping for a safer tomorrow. Parents, teachers, and advocates are sending a message that cannot be ignored. Missouri's children deserve better. They deserve safety, and they deserve hope. Imagine being able to check in on your child, even from far away, knowing that someone is always looking out for them, and that every caregiver is prepared to support every child, no matter their needs. For families with neurodivergent children, this law is more than policy. It's a promise of hope and a little more peace of mind. If you believe every child deserves to feel safe and included, learn more about Conrad's Law and consider adding your name to the petition for change. Together, we can honor Conrad's memory and make Missouri's daycares places of safety, love, and hope for every child. To learn more, visit the Uvalde Foundation for Kids and join the movement for change. Conrad's Law, justice for Conrad and hope for every Missouri child.
That was so good. And whenever you see that on the TV, you won't see the story blocks and stuff. I saw people talking about that, and they were saying that of course it won't have that whenever it's out, but I do have the link in chat. I don't know if it's still in there, but guys, it's so important that you sign this petition. I mean, it's just as important, like even with Timmy D's, please, both, just sign those. We've got to do something. I mean, we are trusting strangers with our children. It's bad enough to send them to school. I mean, I worry. Hi, Al. I might have missed you, or I'm saying hi twice, but hey, Al. This is just so heartbreaking to think that okay, and then to end this, I'll chat with you guys for a few seconds, but to end this, I did do a little video. I think it's like 4 minutes long on a few more cases that are flyers of missing people that are cold cases. They deserve to be seen too, and God love their families. They are such sweethearts. But is there any questions in chat before I play this? And then after I play this, I'll go ahead and end. I know it is, oh my goodness, it's 3 o'clock here. Jitterbug, I have to change my phone. Okay. Thank you for joining, Mustang. I love to see everybody in here. I'm really impressed that you guys all came in. I feel so blessed. Thank you. But I'll go ahead and play this other one unless you guys have questions. But that is Park Hills, Missouri, and the name of the daycare was Poppy's Playhouse 2. No, it was Poppy. Yeah, it's Poppy Playhouse 2 because they also have another one for older kids, which is really frightening. But if we don't have any questions, I'll go ahead and share this other one with the missing flyers of the ones that are I think there's only 4. But it goes fast, and then I'll go ahead and end. But guys, thank you so much. I'm so blessed tonight. I haven't had this many people in chat in quite a while. I haven't been live in a bit because I've been sick. Whooping cough is terrible. It was scary. I didn't think I was going to get through it, to be honest, but I did. And I'm back. But I'll go ahead and play this if you have no other questions, and then I'll go ahead and end. And I hope you guys get a good night's sleep. See if I can get back over here. There we go. I'll go ahead and play this. Well, I want to share it first. Surprised I'm even half awake, but I struggle with sleeping. Okay, and I'll
World that turns too fast. Some are lost, left in the past. But we won't let silence win. We'll speak their names again.
Dee Fulton, 39, was last seen July 12th east of Carrollton. Authorities said she is known to use the names Amy Baumgartner or Amy Dixon. State police believe Fulton may be in danger. Fulton is about 5 feet tall, weighs 140 pounds, and has brown hair and hazel eyes. She has a prominent tattoo on the side of her face, and also has tattoos on her neck and arms. She has been known to spend time in Whitehall, Kane, and Dow. The State Police Major Crimes Unit is leading the investigation with the assistance of the Greene County Sheriff's Department and Carrollton Police Department. Anyone with information can contact ISP Special Agent Thomas Miller at 314-384-9694, the Greene County Sheriff's Department or Carrollton Police at 217-942-6901, or can leave an anonymous tip with Two Rivers Crime Stoppers at 800-300-2590. Koopman, also known as Joe, vanished under concerning circumstances just 1 day after her boyfriend allegedly set her home on fire. Despite reports she was seen near 46th St. North and Main Street in Tulsa on March 1st, a full search of the residence turned up no trace of her. Joe was 38 years old at the time of her disappearance, standing 5'4", with strawberry blonde hair, blue eyes, and several identifiable tattoos. Her family and the Tulsa Police Department remain desperate for answers. Her sudden disappearance, history of abuse, and total silence since that day raise serious red flags. Call Tulsa Police at 918-596-92220. 26-year-old mom got into a car and never came home. Today, the hunt for Marissa Carmichael continues. Jana 14, 2024, early morning at the Exxon on 801 Market Street in Greensboro. Marissa Carmichael, 26, was last seen after leaving a nightclub stopping at that gas station. At 4:19 a.m., dispatch sent an officer for a welfare check. 2 minutes later, at 4:21, the officer arrived and Marissa was gone. Surveillance shows her getting into a vehicle driving away. That's the last confirmed sighting. In the year since, public updates have been scarce, but the pain at home has only grown. Marissa is a mother of 5. Her family has gone through huge changes. There's a new niece who will never meet her aunt unless someone steps forward. Her grandmother, Sarah, says the kids ask every day, "We're still going to find mommy, right?" That hope is what keeps them going. There's a $3,500 reward for information leading to Marissa's return. If you were in that area that morning, if you saw something, or if you know anything at all, please contact the Greensboro Police Department or submit a tip online. This is not just a missing person case. It's 5 children waiting for their mother. Help bring Marissa home. The Aiken Police Department is asking for the public's help in locating 33-year-old Destiny Devlin. Destiny was last seen working at the South Carolina State Fair in Aiken, SC on October 14, 2025. Destiny left her phone and her dog at the game booth she was working at and has not been seen or heard from since. She has a history of mental health and substance abuse issues. Her family is extremely concerned for her safety. If you have any information regarding her whereabouts, contact the Aiken Police Department at 803-642-7620.
Hearts that hurt, they find a friend. In every truth we help defend. For the bully, for the gone, we'll keep their legacy strong. No more shadows, no more lies. Hope is how fire survives through every stream and every pore.